Okay, we have about 157 participants. I'll put in the link in the chat box, or if you want to scan, you can scan the QR code. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. Who's here? Okay, so we have from Sabah. Just now we were at Madeline from Kuching. Then after that, Norieta from Selangor, Kuching, Johor. Okay, Selangor. Okay, JB, Selangor, Penang. Okay, Fatin from Infracap, Selangor. Agnes, okay, construction company, CIDB contractor. Sabah, great, great, great. Okay, so I don't want to take too much of everyone's time. I think not everyone is coming into the quiz session. But if you have any issues, let us know. Okay, I think the numbers are slowly rising up. Um, in the meantime, let's say I already put in the link in the chat box. So all you have to do is actually click the link and then fill in your name, and then you'll be able to join our, ice-breaking quiz and all. Yeah, so let's make this session as interactive as possible. Okay, and then at the same time, you guys can ask as many questions as you can. Okay. All right. So while I do that, okay, while you guys still sign up, okay, I guess you guys can still continue. I just do a quick introduction about myself. Today's session will be covering on SST expansion and impact on business. And I guess the main focus for today will be construction, contractor, these industries because today's session is mainly for CIDB Association, right? So I'll give a quick intro about myself as well. And maybe some of you have seen me before in my previous firm, okay? Or we might know each other, okay? So you can call me Max, okay? Or Max, Max teacher or what, okay? I'm Max Ong, okay? You can definitely connect on LinkedIn, Facebook. I'm quite active on social media as well. Okay, I'm currently a fellow FCCA, fellowship ACCA member. Okay, MIA public practice practitioner. Okay, also the Chartered Tax Institute of Malaysia practitioner. Okay, I'm the business advisory and tax advisory leader of our firm. Okay, OJH Consulting Group. Okay, I've been in the industry for about 10 plus years already. Okay, handling clients from manufacturing, trading, retail, business, franchisor, licensor, education, investment holding. Okay, investment dealing, E&E, agricultural. Okay, and wait that. Okay, and property developer, okay, oil and gas as well. Okay, so even before I did this session with you guys, we also did a workshop for a property developer listed company as well okay, one of our clients. Okay, so currently we're actively giving talks in EP, tax, finance, even AI as well. Okay, so our company does digital transformation as well. So I've previously worked in a big four, okay, one of the big four, oil and gas MNC, handling about 40 countries, and also one of the top 10 firms in Malaysia. Yeah. I guess some of you might have heard of it before, YYC. Yeah, I was a speaker from YYC. Yeah, so now we're running our own practice. Okay, so expertise that I cover is transfer pricing, tax planning, personal tax planning, tax investigation, Malaysia annual budget analysis, and latest tax development, and other tax related topics. Okay, so far, if you guys can hear me, type 1 in the chat box. Yeah, so far so good. Just to make sure everyone is hearing us clearly. Okay, great. Okay, so if you guys are facing some difficulty on SST implementation and you would like to get more info on what software can I use, yeah, feel free to reach out to us. We are also authorized dealer and partners for almost 10 to 20 softwares in the market. Okay, so if you guys are interested to know more, you want to upgrade, okay, you want to know more on how can I upgrade for e-invoice as well. By the way, we also do e-invoice session as well. Okay, so let's look at the first ice-breaking session. Okay, so we have about 99 people online. What you can do is you can actually fill in the details. Okay, you can fill in the details and we will be able to see how many people had already filled out the details. So the first ice breaking, okay, all you have to do is actually click here and then fill it. Let me see if we can go there to more than 100 or not. Or a maximum of 100. Anyone has any issue going into this class point? Oh, can okay, scare me. I thought limit is 100. Okay. All right, numbers are going up. Okay, so we have a first ice breaking session. Okay, why did you decided to join this workshop today? Okay, are you here to learn for work, for your own business, or just to avoid future mistakes? Yeah, so let's get everyone's initiative to come in and let's interact a bit. Okay, we have 25 people already answered the questions. 26. Okay, 32. All right, keep going, everyone. Yeah, the momentum is here. Okay, 40. Great. Okay, 49. We are down to 1 minute 20 seconds. Okay, how about the others? Okay, this is also a way for us to keep track that you guys are still live with us. Okay, to make sure that you are always stay tuned to our session as well, so that to make sure that everyone is interacting with us. Yeah. Wow, Dato Sarah, own business. Good, good, good. Dato Sarah, which state are you from? Dato Sarah, you want to try to sign in over here? You can use your mobile phone to scan this QR code, or you can click the link in the chat box. Cemetery Sembilan. Oh, very near. Okay. By the way, we are based in KL, but we have branches in Penang, Johor. The main states are yeah. As we travel, we do have clients all around Malaysia. Okay, so maybe Dr. Zara, you can scan this. Adora, you can scan this as well. I will copy the link so that you guys can join the session. Okay, P&A management, you can click the link or you can scan this QR to participate in the ice breaking session. Here we have a 93, 94 admin. Admin, you want to scan the link or click the link in the chat box. Okay, we have about 100 and 203. Okay, we got 130 people now live in our class. Okay, let's see some answers. Okay, learn from work. Okay, knowledge of SST. All. Okay, great. Okay, from our own business for new knowledge. Guru for learn from work. Okay, and just for my profession, Brenda. Okay, to learn from work, knowledge. Knowledge we all about it. And then what else? Let's have a look. Maybe work to know better about you and the implementation of construction sector or what future mistakes might be made. Great. Okay. Obviously for work, I'm going to know better about SST and e-point. And nowadays these things are important. Looking further, any new knowledge. Great. I'm yet to register the SST. I'm a subcon for partnership with you. Supposed to need to register, right? So it's got a new right? Right? Business of going through the mistakes. Great. Okay, let me just lower down the background music. Better now? Yeah. Okay, can you hear me clearly? Is it better now? Yes, type in the chat box. Yeah. Okay, next is basically a second ice breaking session. Okay, when you hear the word SST, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Is it confusion, boredom, stress, curiosity? Yeah, Georgina, we will start the session very shortly. Okay, we're just doing a quick ice breaking session with everyone. Then we will start shortly. Okay, thanks Rosanna for the enjoyment of music. Yeah. Okay, guys, bear with us. Okay, we have a flow, so once we're done the ice breaking, we will start shortly. Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, we also give some time for any participants that are coming in as well. Okay, those of you who has not joined into the quiz, you can either scan this QR code or you can actually click this link in the chat box. Yes, understand. Even us as tax consultant, we also feel it. Yeah. Too many changes, everything at once. This year we have what? E-invoice, SST, stamp duty. What else? Never know. Budget 2026. New things coming up again. Yeah. So a lot of things are coming in as well. So you just as a business, you just have to try to navigate this and go through this time difficult times. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have about 75. Okay, let's have a quick one. Confusion, headache. Okay, curious, confusion. Okay, got angry some more. Okay, don't worry, don't be angry. Okay, stress. Okay, oh my god. Okay, mixture of feeling. Confusing comes first, then stress. Correct. Okay, feeling to pay more. Okay, learning with relaxing. Okay. We do mix construction, so confused why we should pay SST or not. Okay. And the importance of proper record keeping. Correct. With e-invoicing, I think it's even more important to have proper record keeping. So that's why we emphasize on everyone, if you have not come on board on the system, because we have a lot of developer or subcon clients, right? You guys still open using maybe Excel or Word doc, never really have a system to document your stuff. So that is where you might overlook on e-invoicing, SST. There's no proper tracking lah. Yeah, so you guys have to be a bit more careful. And I think nowadays there's a lot of promotions as well lah. Yeah. More paperwork, more audit, afraid of making mistake, then getting penalized. Correct. Okay. Okay, 94. Okay, it's about 3 minutes already. I think we can close the quiz. 95. Okay, anyone else? Confusion and stress. Okay. Okay, I see on the line we have 135 people. Okay. If some of you are busy, yeah, you let us know as well. Okay. Understand that it's a working day and it's a Friday as well. Okay. Okay. Just for everyone's information. Okay. We have a break at maybe 10:30, okay, or 11-ish, depending on everyone's flow. Then we have a lunch break, I think about 12 or 12:30, depending. I need to check with the admin what time is the lunch break. Okay. And then after lunch, we have 1 hour lunch, and then we come back and then we continue the session and we have an afternoon break as well. Okay. Okay, worried because have to pay extra. Correct. Yes. Okay, so we close the session. Okay. All right, so the overview of today's session, we will start with basically number one is service tax. Okay, then later on we will touch on sales tax as well. Okay, so in service tax, the milestone, if you can see over here, service tax is not something new. It has been there since 1975. Okay, to 2015, then 2018. Okay, then after that, in 2024, there's also change in service tax rate and expansion of scope. Okay, and in 2025, very recently, July 2025, there's also expansion on scope. Okay, so if you are interested to know more or you want to, read these guidelines, yeah, you can definitely scan and read it. Okay, normally we say that If you can't sleep, this is the best book to read lah. Easily tidur. Okay. So if I'm too fast, you let me know. Yeah. Okay. All right. So if you can see over here, these are some of the amendments over the years. Okay, Service Tax Act, a few amendments that we have over here, Service Tax Regulation as well, okay, Service Tax Order and Service Tax Policy. Yeah, so if you want to see in detail, you can actually go to each amendment and see in detail as well. Okay, so introduction of service tax. Okay, maybe some of you here might have heard of service tax. Some of you here have not registered. Some of you here have already registered, but you are not in the new group yet. Okay, so this is where it's very important for you to pay attention. Okay, so service tax is normally for registered person providing taxable service, and it's normally at a rate of 6% or 8%. Okay, and it's to businesses or consumer. Okay, service tax element is levied or charged to customer based on taxable service obtained. So once you obtain any taxable services, okay, you will be subject to service tax. Of course, this service tax registrant has to be meeting the threshold. Okay, so which will later we will cover on some latest July 2025 updates as well. Okay. Give me a second, double check. Okay, so we will be able to give a lunch break from 12:30 to 2:15 according to the admin. Okay, great. Yeah, good long lunch break because I think there are some of you that are going on prayers. Okay, so number one, taxable service. Okay, over here, I mentioned under Section 7 of Service Tax Act. Number two, it has to be provided in Malaysia itself. Okay, so it's provided in Malaysia. Okay, and number three, it's a registered person in carrying his business. Okay, and then number four, something that a lot of businesses overlook, imported taxable services. Okay, so this is also something that you need to bear in mind as well. Hey, imported taxable services is something that I need to take note as well. Okay, and over here you can see how do we normally determine whether you are required to register, you are required to charge service tax, or what's the threshold to register. Okay, let's look at Group A for example over here. Number one, we look at taxable person. Okay, who is a taxable person? Okay, the person that is taxable. Okay, which is at column one. And like if you look at this example, any person operating accommodation premises, including hotel, inns, lodging, service, apartment, homestay, and any other similar establishment, excluding accommodation premises provided by the federal government, okay, or any statutory body or local authority. Okay, so first we will identify, are we in this category or not? Okay, are we a taxable person? Okay, if we are a taxable person, then great. Then we look at column number two. Okay, are we providing taxable services as a taxable person? Okay, so then we will look at it. Okay, I'm a hotel and I'm in. Okay, do I provide these taxable services? Number one, is it a provision of accommodation and premises? Number two, B, provision of any taxable services specified in other groups in this schedule. Or C, provision of other services within the accommodation premises. Means that as long as this service is within the hotel, then it's still subject to service tax. Okay, whether is it laundry, whether is it any other service in the hotel itself, spa or what, okay, or provision or sale of tobacco products and alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages, D. Okay, so these are some of the example of taxable services in column two. Okay, and then in column three, we will see, oh, am I 500,000? Has my revenue or my sales for accommodation or hotel exceeded 500,000? If the answer is yes, then I would need to register for service tax. Okay, so far so good. If so far so good, type 2 in the chat box. Okay, so far so good, type 2 in the chat box. Okay. All right. So over here, like I mentioned, if you want to see download, okay, you can definitely scan this service tax regulation. Okay. So expansion of scope, okay, service tax scope expansion. Okay, if you can see over here, enhancing the tax framework by broadening the scope to include commercial services with the aim of increasing government revenue and expanding the national tax base. Okay, this is effective date is 1st July, okay, 2025. Okay, so note that taxable service effective date is the starting date, the service becoming a taxable service. Okay. Okay, what's SFSG stands for? So far, so good. Okay. Good. Okay. So 1st July 2025, now we are already close to August already. And of course, you guys know that if let's say you have met the threshold, especially if you are a CIDB contractor, okay, you would actually need to be registered by end of August, okay, and then start from September already. Yeah, so just nice. Okay, we have another 8 more days. Okay, so imposition and scope of service tax. Yeah. Let's look at what are the groups that you might need to register. Okay, if you fall under this category. Okay. So group A, accommodation. Okay, 500,000 the threshold. Okay. And then group B, food and beverages. If you're running a F&B outlet or if you're running certain restaurants, kopitiam, now it's a very popular business as well. Okay, private club, okay, nightclubs, dance hall, cabarets, karaoke centers, wellness centers, massage parlors, public houses, beer houses, 500,000. Okay, private club, group D, okay, 500,000. Golf club and driving range, 500,000. Group E, okay, slight blur. Okay. Malini, if you can see my slide, type clear in the chat box. Type clear in the chat box. I'm not sure is it just Malini or others because I think my team is also seeing it very clearly. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, very clear. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so for those of you, if your slide is not clear, feel free to dial in again, or maybe your network is not so stable. Yeah, make sure that you are listening using your laptop or your PC so that you are in a more a stable position. Okay, instead of your mobile phone. Okay, so next, okay, we will have betting and gaming. Okay, which is Group F. Okay. And then after that, we have professional or skills. Professionals will be like ourselves, auditors, tax agents, accountants, corporate training providers. Okay, so professional or skills, 500,000 and above. Okay, 13 categories. Later we will go into it. Okay, and then H, okay, will be financial industry. Okay, 500,000 new, 4 categories. Okay, and then I would be on item other service providers. Some are at 500,000, some are at 1.5 million. We have 16 categories. Okay, the new categories will be 14 to 16. So if you realize if you go to a healthcare service, right? Okay, nowadays they also will be charging service tax, but it's on foreigner, okay, not on locals. Yeah, don't worry. Okay. Then after that, what else? We have basically we have J, logistics service, 500,000 and above. Okay, 5 categories. Okay. By the way, just for your information, we will only be covering the updates on 1st July 2025 because today is just a 1 day session. For me to cover the whole SST, it might take 2 to 3 days. Too many groups already. If you were to go in yourself, because actually SST is not something new lah, so if you have not started or you have overlooked it, feel free to maybe consult with your tax agent, or if you need help, you can definitely also reach out to us as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next is basically rental or leasing. Okay, at 500,000. Oh, okay. This one is at 1 million. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Give me a second. Okay. Rental and leasing. Okay, so what you can see here is rental and leasing at 1 million, construction work at 1.5 million, okay, and then education new, okay, means that there's no registration threshold. So effective date, group K, L, M, together with several others, okay, amendments in other groups will be at 1st July 2025. Okay, so over here you can see these are some of the latest updates or the PUA that was actually published on 2 categories. Later, we will start with service tax first because you guys are more on the construction side. And then we will go into sales tax if some of you might be running a manufacturing business. So we'll be covering on a high level on service tax, high level on sales tax as well. Okay, so for service tax, we have basically PUA 172 and then /25 as well as 173 and 174. Okay, they will talk about what are the amendments, what are the changes in the rate of tax, which person are exempted from payment of tax. Okay, and then in sales tax will be 170/25, and then For the other one is 171/25 lah. Okay, so projected additional revenue from SST revision as per 2025. Okay, do you know why government wants to increase or implement this SST or not? Okay, the answer is very clear over here. They would like to increase their KPI and also their budget or revenue from the budget estimates. Okay, increase from 2024 at 5.8 billion, increase of sales tax locally at 0.9 billion, increase of sales tax import at 1.3 billion, and increase of service tax at 2.8 billion. Okay, cumulatively, the increase of SST revenue for fiscal year 2025, the target is 10.8 billion. Yeah, so it's even more important for you to pay attention or start registering for SST, because why? If they cannot achieve this target, audit will definitely come. Okay, so this is their target that they set for themselves and they hope to achieve as well. So that is where as a business, you need to start taking note and make sure that you guys start complying as well. Okay, so let's look at the first part and quick overview on sales tax changes. Okay, some key sectors taxable with 5% sales tax effective from 1st July would be your imported foods, your imported seafood, okay, your plastic and article, okay, your rubber and article thereof, okay, rubber industry be affected, plastic industry affected, okay. And then for imported fruits like your strawberry, avocado, too bad lah, that one no choice already, they got sales tax, okay. But apparently orange, apple don't have sales tax, okay. So apparently Malaysians love their orange and apple, okay. So you still can enjoy your orange and apple juice without sales tax, okay. Then your king crab got sales tax already. Okay. Then after that, wood and article, iron and steel. Okay. Copper, nickel, aluminium. Okay. Essential oil, silk fabric, machinery, and mechanical appliances. So these are some of the very high level basis items that are being affected lah. Okay. So Rajan, if you import construction material and if existingly you already have 10% sales tax, this expansion doesn't really impact you much because number one, you already pay for the 10% sales tax already. Yeah. And also number one, you have to check whether that item, what HS code is it lah. Normally your logistic partners will be able to do the custom declaration for you. Okay. So hopefully that clarifies your question. Okay. So this expansion, what does it mean? Those that were previously not subject to sales tax, now subject to sales tax. Okay, means that previously there is no 5%, now you have additional 5%, means what? Increase in cost. Yeah, okay, increase in cost of doing business. Okay, so within each sector, the sales tax treatment may vary based on tariff code applicable to each product type. So it's very important for all of you if you are importing construction materials like Regen, okay? So you need to check what's the tariff code and check with your logistic partner. They will be able to do the custom declaration for you. Okay. Yes, there wouldn't be any double tax, yeah, because sales tax and service tax are being charged by custom, okay? It's not charged by LHDN, okay? So as long as you have dealt with the custom once, you shouldn't be double taxed, yeah. Okay. Okay. But do bear in mind there is this one thing called imported sales tax, and then secondly, there's also what we call sales tax. Means that if you're in a manufacturing business, okay, that's why we have the free trade zone, okay, like our clients did in Bayan Lepas, okay. So if you are in a free trade zone, any raw materials that you import, okay, will not be subject to sales tax. So upon you completing or manufacturing and converting something from a raw material to a finished goods, then yes, you will need to charge sales tax to your distributor. Okay. Yeah. So that is where the difference is. Yeah. That's why we have the free trade zone. Okay. So hopefully that clarifies a bit. Yeah. Yep. Rachel, you're on the right page. Okay. So next is we will look into what are some of the new updates in basically service tax. Okay. So In service tax, okay, number one, we look at education, private school, international school. Okay, so for this, I'm sure some of you, if you are parents and all, okay, you might be sending your kids to international school. You might be already noticed that actually your kids' school, okay, is already charging 6% service tax. Okay, what does it mean now? Whether you are a local or international student, as long as you are studying private school, international school, okay, starting from 1st July 2025, okay, as long as your academic year fee, okay, let's say your academic year is from January to December, the whole academic year fee is above, okay, 60,000, your education fee or your school fee is subject to 6% service tax. Okay, yeah, subject to 6% service tax. Okay, as long as your fee is less than 60,000 per academic year, then it's not subject to 6% service tax. Okay, and there's also an exemption for citizens with OKU rate card lah. Okay, so you can see over here, there is no registration threshold, means that all private schools, all international schools need to register for service tax. So education fee increased already, okay, because you got 6% service tax now, okay, for private education. Okay. Then next, you have your higher education and language centers. Okay, so higher educations are like your university, your colleges, okay, private one, okay. And then after that, your language center are like your Japanese school, your Malay school, your Chinese school, language classes, that those that want to learn language, new languages. Okay. Also 6%. No registration threshold means all need to register. Okay. So over here for higher education, okay, all Malaysian citizens are excluded, means that Malaysian citizens will not be charged service tax, but international students will be charged service tax. Yeah, so because we have a lot of international students coming to Malaysia to study, yeah, so that international student will be subject to service tax, okay, for their tuition fee. Okay, so all right. Okay. So next will be healthcare. Okay. Healthcare, similarly, the registration threshold is at 1.5 million. Okay. 1.5 million. Okay. At 6%. Okay. At 6%. So service tax to Malaysian citizens are exempted lah. Okay. Service tax to Malaysian citizens are exempted. Okay. So rental and leasing of both movable and immovable property. Okay. For example, rental of commercial property, lease of business equipment, hiring of motor vehicle, or hiring of animals. Later I'll cover a bit what does this mean. Okay. Okay. So similarly, the service tax is 8% at 1 million. Okay. Registration threshold is 1 million. Okay. So what is being exempted? Okay, the reliefs and all. Okay. So that's why if you want to share with your boss on a high level basis, these few slides will be the slides that you share with them instead of the old detailed one. Okay, detailed one will need to be handled by the accountants. Okay, so I believe most of you here are from accounting department, or some of you here might be bosses as well. Okay, so what are exempted? Housing accommodation. Also, if you rent out your property to as a housing accommodation, okay, normally residential title, okay, is not subject to service tax. Okay, then reading materials. Okay, asset outside of Malaysia finance lease. MSME tenant with an annual revenue not exceeding 1 million. This one, you can actually go and try, okay, and then after that, at the same time, that verification from your tax agent on MSME with basically annual revenue not exceeding 1 million, you're exempted from being charged service tax, okay. And then after that, B2B exemption. This one, a lot of people interested, group relief as well. Okay, exemption up to 12 months for non-renewable contracts. Okay, note, exemption relief marked with a star in the table above are not part of the law at the time, okay, of writing, but are included herein based on announcement by the Ministry of Finance. Okay, so wait for some of the Gazette orders. Okay, these are just announcement at the moment. Okay, and new updates will come from time to time. Okay. Okay, number 5, construction work. Okay, 6%. Registration threshold 1.5 million. As long as you're constructing residential building, okay, you're constructing not part of a mixed development. Okay, So and B2B exemption up to 12 months for non-renewable contracts. Okay. So financial services 8% at 1 million. Okay. B2B exemption for Labuan and Busan Malaysia related transaction. Okay. So these are basically the registration threshold. And then as long as a financial service, whether it's a fund management company, like the companies that we did is fund management, 1 million and above, then they will be subject to 8% service tax. Okay, they will charge you 8% service tax. Okay, beauty services, okay, glad, okay, for the ladies, okay, you are not being charged 8% service tax, okay, at this moment. Okay, so you can still enjoy your spa, your facial without service tax at the moment. Okay, so luckily no 8% service tax. Okay, all right. So let's go into this. Okay, so Wong Wen Cheong say company have supply rental, JCB service, construction service threshold based on 1 million or 1.5 million. Okay, so if let's say, that's why you have to very clear. Okay, if let's say, because I know that in construction industry, you guys have machine leasing. Okay, you lease your cranes, you lease your lorry and all. Okay, your trucks and all. So you have to separate it very clearly. Okay, rental and leasing, how much? What's the revenue? Okay, and then after that, construction work, how much? What's the revenue? Okay, so you have to separate clearly. If just leasing itself for the whole year, I'm talking about January to December or based on your financial year, okay, depending on your audited financial statement. Okay, so based on your financial year, okay, as long as in that financial year, your revenue exceeds 1 million, you need to register for this group, okay, rental and leasing. Okay, so I think rental and leasing belongs to Group K. Okay, and then for those that exceed 1.5 million for construction work itself for the financial year, okay, you need to register in Group L. Okay, so hopefully that clarifies Wing Chong your session, your answer, your question. Okay, may I check this 1.5 million include revenue, government project, and house? The answer is yes, include, yeah. Okay, later we'll go into the FAQ. It includes, yeah, we'll cover that part. How about for JPKK projects such as repair, maintenance, rental machinery, SST will be 6%. Basically, as long as you are renting out a machine, okay, your SST service tax is 8%, okay, for renting of machinery, okay, and then if you are providing construction work, it's 6%, okay. Rental 8%, construction work 6%, okay. Hopefully, Suvan, that answers your question. Okay, government project is also included in the calculation of threshold. Labor supply to install solar panel, also included. Okay, Rosinian, they are also included. Okay, that's why you have to be very careful. Okay, so later we'll go into detail lah. May I know if we are doing construction only focus on earthwork supply or do we need to impose SST? Yes, the answer is yes, yeah. Okay, later we'll go into this part. Okay, for governmental projects, i.e. infrastructure project contract, impose SST. As long as you exceed 1.5 million for the whole year, the registration threshold, you need to register for service tax. Yeah, that's the quick, short and quick answer lah. Okay. Yeah. Construction work 6%. 6%. Okay. Registration threshold 1.5 million. Okay. Debbie Hong, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah. So maybe my team can help to put in some response. Yeah, this one 6%. Okay, if grass cutting annual project is under which sector? Grass cutting could be under, let me just check. Grass cutting could be under this one, professional or skill or even other service provider. For Duban Jaya, right? My suggestion is number one, you consult your tax consultant. Okay, number two, if you need advice, you can definitely reach out to us. You can go and search. What I want you to do is you go and download Group G and Group I's, the detail, and then control find in the PDF of that group. Okay, whether grass cutting is being described in that group or not. Okay, or any other services being described in that group. Okay, if it is being described, okay, then chances are yes, you need to charge service tax if you have met the threshold. Okay. Because I don't believe you fall under construction, yeah. Okay, construction is more on building the building. Okay. Service and maintenance work under which group? Okay. Service and maintenance, let me just do a quick check. Repair and maintenance. Yeah. Okay, repair and maintenance is under Group G. Okay, so for those of you who are for basically outline form, okay, you actually go and download Group G. Okay, repair maintenance is under Group G. So if you have exceeded 500,000, then you need to register. Okay, and then Group G is 8%. So far, so good. Okay, what else? Company going to close also register first if last past year hit 1.5 million. Oh dear. Okay. Answer is yes. Okay. So if let's say you are still charging your customer any services or you're still billing invoices, and if you have hit 1.5 million and you foresee to hit maybe in 2025 and all, number one, of course, check with your tax consultant because normally they verify based on your 11 months immediate preceding, means previous 11 months. Have you the total? Is it more than 1.5 million? If it's more than 1.5 million, yes, you need to register. Okay. Later, I can explain how to assess the threshold, historical or future. Can. Okay, we will cover this part. How to register. Okay, this one we can touch on later. Wish to know more for exemption up to 12 months for non-renewable contract. Everyone would love to know this. Today got teach how to register. Yes, we can go on a high level basis how to register. Okay, no worries, guys. Yeah. If a company provides more than two types of service, is the SST registration threshold calculated based on each service separately or combined for SST registration? Maintenance also Group G. Yes, Group G. Okay, basically, if you provide many service, you need to register for each group. Okay, if you provide professional service, you register for Group G. You provide logistic, you register for Group J. You provide rental and leasing, you register for Group K. You provide construction, you register for Group L. So a company can register as many group as they want as long as they're providing that service. Okay, if the project started before SST and still ongoing, what should I do? Okay, this one we will cover. Okay, hi Laura. Okay, 1.5 million threshold accumulated from 1st July 2025, right? We'll touch on this one as well. Group G supply manpower, is it? Yes, also Group G, 8%. Yes. Renovation work below 1.5 million, but construction contractor for residential bungalow above 1.5 million. Do I need to register? Okay. The registration threshold for construction, I think everyone very interested. Maybe I'll go into construction first before we go into leasing, because I think everyone is having burning questions on construction industry lah. Okay, wait, let me just check. Okay, for this, give me a moment. This is like 38. Enter or leasing one. Give me a moment because the slides seem to be running off. Okay, so let's go into construction first because I see everyone has a lot of burning question. Okay, so we go into construction. Okay, give me a moment. Let me switch. Wish to know more about B2B exemption. Okay. If during implementation SST on logistic, we are registered for construction now, do we need to register again? Same company. Yes, you might need to register. You will need to register again if you are from a different group. Okay, import MinCon is not group G. Okay, never mind. Okay. Let me just cover this part and then we'll answer your question. Yeah. Okay. So for construction industry, okay, how do you determine whether you are a taxable person or not, or taxable services? Okay, what is it? Okay, so this page is page, it's again, this is page 115, guys, 115, 115. Okay. Where to download the slides? Okay. Give me a moment. I'll send you guys the link again. Okay, whoever needs the slides can actually click this link and download the slides. Okay, so okay, back to the session. Okay, taxable person, any person who provides construction work service. Okay, taxable service, provision of any construction work service, excluding the construction of a residential building and public facility related to the residential building. Okay, means anything to do with commercial. Okay, then is subject to service tax. Okay, taxable service is subject to taxable service. You need to tax. Okay, so total value of taxable service is 1.5 million. Okay, and construction work is defined as construction of extension of installation, repair, renewal, removal, renovation, alteration, dismantling, or demolition, includes maintenance facility in the construction work period. Okay, so what is considered a construction work? Any building erection, edifice, structure, wall, fence, chimney, whether construct wholly, partly above or below ground level. Okay, means from ground to the building, condo. Okay, secondly, any road, harbor, work, railway, cableway, canal, aerodrome, any drainage, irrigation, river control work, any electrical, mechanical, petrochemical, or telecommunication work, any gas work or water works, any bridge, dam, earthwork, pipeline, sewer, culvert, drive, shaft, tunnel, or reclamation work, okay, including any work which form an important integral part or are preparatory to or temporary for the work specified. All these are taxable services. Okay. Is landscape work under construction? Okay. Back to the question. Okay. Landscape work. Okay. Normally, we need to see basically whether you fall under which group. Okay. Substation work. Okay. So for you guys, just for your information, okay, let's go back to here lah. Okay. If you want to know whether your work is fall under which category, okay, you have to either search number one, group G or group I, especially those in this group today. You search group G, group I, okay, or group L. Okay, these three, you search the keyword that you are in the industry. Okay. Then secondly, okay, once you have done the group keyword already, then we will actually know that whether you fall under which category lah. Okay, EPCC, yes, is under group L. Okay, EPCC is under group L. Okay, so back to construction. Okay, extract from Royal Malaysia Custom. Okay, guide on construction work service dated 9 June. Residential building is in relation to construction work service, means a building that is wholly designed and constructed from human habitation. Okay, but does not include any building constructed on land designated or approved for mixed development. Okay, what does it mean? This land title is residential title, not mixed development commercial title. You'll be surprised, a lot of new projects are under mixed development, means down there is shopping mall, up there is condo. Okay, or they are under commercial title, means the TND view also commercial one. Okay, architecture should be in professional group G. Okay, can also be in group L. Yeah, depending on how you charge. Okay, so the billing is very important. Okay, Public facility means a building or facility used communally, including lobbies, corridor, roads, elevators, staircase, parking area, playgrounds, okay, swimming pools, recreational facilities, and other public amenities. Okay, so the first point, residential construction, no service tax. Okay, below shopping complex, this construction cost got service tax. Okay, and of course, if you separate billing for residential block, can I get exemption? It depends. Okay, you have to check with your tax consultant or check with customs. Okay, residential with few shop plots. As long as there's commercial at the bottom is considered mixed development. You see, you have to see your title, whether is it a residential title or mixed development title. Yeah. That's for new project. I'm talking about new project. Solar installation group L, right? Most likely group L. Yeah, we have to double check later. Okay. You guys can put in the chat box later during the break. We can have a quick look. Yeah. Okay, so service tax, okay, person exempted from payment of tax. Okay, so you have see here, okay, item 1, okay, which is the number. Okay, I'm the 2 person, okay, exempted. This taxable person is specified in group L. Okay, and number 2, what are the service exempted, the taxable services? Okay, and condition, this person referred to in how to be B2B exemption. Number 1, you need to be a registered person under group L. Number 2, you have to make sure the service being exempted, that is the service that is under group L as well. Number 3, the condition. The taxable person referred to in column 2, this person is you can see a registered person. Okay, first has to be a registered person. Number 2B, this taxable service is provided by a registered person who is a taxable person. Means that they already registered, they need to charge service tax. Okay. And the taxable service referred to in column 3, okay, is provided by a taxable person. Means the person will charge you service tax. Okay. And column D, the taxable service referred in column 3 is not for personal consumption. Means company A provides service to company B or provide construction service to company B. Okay. But you know in construction industry, there's developer, there's main con, there's subcon, there's sub-subcon. So many level, okay, so many layers. So when there's so many layers, a lot of time, who's the ultimate beneficiary? The developer. Okay, so these in between all the subcons are not for their own personal consumption, okay, by the taxable person. Therefore, is entitled to B2B exemption. Don't worry, later we'll show you some example. Okay. So other examples, exemption will be Ministry of Finance has announced a 12 months exemption for existing non-reviewable construction contracts, but detailed implementation guidelines are still pending. This one we will go into shortly as well. Okay. Okay. So if you can see over here, okay, service tax, okay, what are the category initial relief? Okay, waiver of penalty for late registration, late return submission, late payment, incorrect declaration, waiver of penalty for late registration, late return submission, late payment, incorrect declaration. So don't worry from 1st July until December, yeah. If you late register, currently there's waiver so just make sure you register okay. 2026 no guarantee, okay. So next will be number 2. Okay, federal and state governments are fully exempted from paying and charging service tax. Okay, there is a permanent exemption at this moment for government entities. Okay, and then local authorities. Okay, at the moment is exempted from charging and paying service tax from 1st July to 30th September. Okay, after that, okay, tax applies to them Okay, from 1st October, okay, 2025 onwards. Okay, then after that, what else? Okay, non-reviewable contracts. Okay, back to this. Okay, non-reviewable contracts. This contract need to be signed, need to be stamped by 9 June 2025. Okay, but what's the condition? With no price revision clause, enjoy exemption until 30th June 2026. Okay, one of the conditions you have to make sure it's stamped okay, and if you want to stamp back right now, that's why we got the stamp duty session as well, is you will be maybe subject to penalty if your contract is before or at this moment they allow you to stamp without penalty. This one is definitely depend on when you submit the stamping whether will there be any penalties or not. So number 1, you have to check with your lawyer or your tax agent. If you need help, you can reach out to us as well. Okay. what we understand is a lot of contractors or developers have not stamped their agreements, okay, with especially with their subcontractors. Okay, so must have fixed price, clear duration, and remain valid. Hopefully, this clarifies on the non-renewable contracts. So far, any question on non-renewable contract before we continue? Any other question? Okay. Then number 5, variation order. Variation order includes in contract may be exempt if purely technical or value remains unchanged. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Must be incorporated in writing and signed. Okay. And stamped by LHDN on or before 9 June 2025. Okay. So far, no questions on non-renewable contracts. Okay, extension of time. Okay, EOT may still enjoy exemption until 30th June only if the original contract meets all criteria, value unchanged, and extension of time is stamped by LHDN before the original contract expiry. Okay, so just make sure that you get it stamped. Okay, yeah. All right. Let me just look at some of the questions that we have over here. Don't worry about the registration. Later, towards the end, we will cover. Okay, Shane say wish to know more about B2B exemption for construction. Okay, this one we will cover very shortly. If a company carries out installation work and also supply goods, will SST be charged only on the service of both? The answer is both, yeah. So you have to separate. It's either you have two company, one sell raw material, one sell the service, or you have to have a separate contract. Yeah, one contract is just supply of goods, one contract is supply of service. Yeah, Melvin. That is the advice that we are giving at the moment. So best if to have two separate contracts. Okay, if during implementation of SST on logistic, we are registered for construction, now we need to register again. If you have not registered for construction, the new group, yes, you might need to register again. Okay, so you need to register for all the new groups. Import of service software license account for SST, importation of software digital text, yes, definitely might have SST. Yeah, so Junchao, this one you need to check in the guideline. We can have a look later lah. Okay, so MainCon is not Group G. MainCon is part of this construction. Yeah, MainCon is part of construction. Yeah. Okay. For Hylora. Yeah. MainCon developer, all part of construction. Yeah. Okay. As long as you can see, as long as your company provides anything over here, okay, anything over here, okay, where the definition over here is construction, extension, installation, repair, renewal, removal, renovation, alteration, dismantling, demolition, or maintenance facility in the construction work. Okay. And then go to EBCC. Let me just go because since you guys asked this question, just wanted to get it out. Okay. Engineering, procurement, construction, and commissioning (EPCC) projects are procurement model used in large complex projects such as industrial plant construction, power station, and other public infrastructure, where the main contractor is responsible for all aspects of design, procurement, construction, and testing, and delivers a completed project to the project owner. Are EPCC projects subject to service tax under construction service? The answer is yes. EPCC projects are considered construction work service and are subject to service tax under Group L. Group L, by the way. Okay. First schedule service tax regulation, construction work service. So back to your question, if solar is fall under EPCC, the answer is yes. Okay. Page. You guys want to see which page is this? This is on page 166. Yeah, 166. This is also in the FAQ, by the way. Okay, substation work. Okay, painting, repainting. Painting, repainting might fall under this group as well. Okay, Leong Fong Ming. Okay. M&E, yes, definitely construction group. EPCC for solar, yes. Okay. Architecture might be in group G. Double check on the definition. Residential, okay, supply a labor to install solar panel, EPCC, okay. Group L, solar installation, yes, EPCC, okay. If I pay my worker 15 ringgit per hour, 50 ringgit, and I supply manpower to my client 18 ringgit, when I issue the invoice, do I need to charge SST on the full 900? Or should I separate it as worker wages and service fee 150? Okay, can only charge SST on 150. What is the correct billing? Okay, maybe depending on this work is for what though. If it's for construction, the full amount. Normally is the full amount. If I do not stamping on the contract, will it be exempted if fulfill all other dates? If it's not stamped, you cannot be subject to the non-renewable contract criteria. Most likely customs will ask you to add back. Yeah, I mean, you can try to consult your tax agent. You need to get the customs approval. If they allow, then okay lah. If they do not allow, then you have to get it stamped. Hopefully that answers your question, yeah, Ken. May I know for registration threshold is based on year 2024? Okay, we will look into registration threshold shortly, yeah. Group health only for new building, right? No, not necessary, yeah. New or old building also consider, because if let's say you can see here, right? As long as it's anything here, extension, installation, repair, renewal, removal, as long as part of the construction. Yeah. Okay. Not just new building. Contractors still have to register if reach threshold 1.5 million under Group L, even though they construct all government projects. The answer is yes. How about subcontractors still B2B? Yes, you're allowed for B2B. Yeah. You can look at 166 and FAQ. If EPCC is taxable, do we need to separate the costing of material and installation work? Yes, you need to separate. Yeah, if you bound it together, the total amount with how many percent? I think wait okay, 6% is a very big amount. Imagine if your contract is 1.5 million, material plus construction work, 6% is a very big amount. So you need to separate. But our suggestion is you consult your tax agent. Different tax agent has different opinions. So if you need our advice, you can reach out to us as well. How about lighting installation? Installation subject, yeah. Okay. If it's a major project, if project contract is signed before SST, okay, but complete after SST take effect. Yes, Melvin, yes, after the one after the invoice need to be subject. Okay. I think there's a lot of questions we answer later when we end this one. We go into the class first. Okay. So Company A, Sdn Bhd, construction company, construction service to build government school, 2 million. Okay. So back to just now some of your questions. Okay, I'm building government project. Okay. Does this meet the threshold or not? 2 million. Okay. Construction work for mixed development, commercial project, 350,000. Okay. Is service tax registration required for A, Sdn Bhd? How is the threshold computed? Okay. Service tax is applicable on 2 million of taxable service provided to Ministry of Education, 350, or both. Okay, what do you guys think? A, B, C. Okay, which one is applicable? What do you guys think? Put in the chat box. A, B, or C? Yeah. Okay. So over here for the registration threshold, we calculate the total. Okay, we calculate the total. Okay, which is 2.35 million in excess of 1.5 million. Apply to register by August lah, by end of August. So in order for us to calculate the threshold, we look at the total. Okay, and from there we will look at what? Okay, excluding residential building lah. Okay, so if it exceeds 1.5 million, we look at the total. Okay, so because of the government project is exempted, it's not a taxable service, you do not need to charge service tax. But for the registration threshold valuation, we look at the total. Okay, as long as your total is more than 1.5 million, okay, then you need to register by 30th of August. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so far so good. And then after that, if type 1 in the chat box. All right. Okay, so Over here, you can see Mr. AS has appointed AB Construction Enterprise to renovate the interior design, electrical wiring of his residential house. So these renovation service fall under residential construction service that are not subject to service tax. Okay. So a residential homeowner located within a designated mixed development area has appointed a contractor to carry out interior design renovation and electrical wiring modification in their home. These renovation work are subject to service tax. Okay. So now as a renovation contractor, there are two very tricky things over here. In example 6, if you are working on a residential property, the title and all, of course, the owner might not disclose to you or you might not know. You just visit the house and then assume, okay, that it's residential. Okay, because yeah, I mean, anyone that's staying it's considered residential, right? Okay, and not everyone knows what is mixed development. Okay, so over here, if you are doing a renovation, so we identify based on address, condo, and all. Okay. So it depends on the future custom audit, how they come and audit you lah. So if let's say you forget to charge service tax if you're doing a renovation for a mixed development, okay, interior design renovation, okay, electrical wiring modification, okay, chances are you might be subject to service tax when an audit comes in. Okay, so that's where you have to be a bit careful over here. Okay, if you do for residential, no service tax. If you do for mixed development, subject to service tax. Okay. For this case, the subcontractor no need to issue SST to main con company. Okay. For B2B exemption, hold on, yeah, guys, because we will cover it. Don't worry. We will cover it over here. Yeah, later on. Yeah. So just hold on. We go through step by step first. Yeah. Do we charge for service only or include material? Okay. Just for your information. Okay. Let me just go to the FAQ. Okay. How is the value of construction work service being determined? Okay, based on admin's question. Okay, so the value of the construction work service is being determined based on the value of construction work service is determined based on the actual value of the service being provided, including the value of goods or raw material used in providing the construction work service. Yeah. So therefore, like we mentioned, okay, you have to be very careful on this. Okay, you have to have a separate contract so that you're not being seen by the customs as a one contract. If all as a one contract, one invoice, okay, highly likely your construction work service will include your raw material plus a 6%. Okay, I believe it's 6%. Yeah. Okay, 6%. Okay. So you have to be very careful on this as well. Okay. So if you accidentally issue a invoice with the material, but of course this is still subject to change if there's any change in the future. Okay. So this is where the confusing part and also the challenge over here. Okay. Okay, open Debbie Hyung's question as a photo. Non-taxable employment service, common employee. So, okay, Bihong, later we come back to this for secondment. Yeah, I'll actually cover secondment as well. Yeah, okay. Okay, back to here. Okay, so just now we are at the guide on work service and all, right? Okay, and then let's look at this. Okay, this is for retention sum. I think for some of you might also be impacted as well. So retention sum refers to a portion of money withheld, okay, or not fully paid by the client or project owner to the contractor or party involved in a contract throughout the construction period, okay, as a guarantee to ensure that the work performed meets the contract specification. So for treatment during transitional period referring to construction contracts that were executed and project handed completed before effective date, but were liability period extends beyond effective date. Okay, so let's look at this. if your date of project handover was before 1st July 2025. Okay, so project is already handed over to the developer, the owner. A portion of the contract payment amounting to 100,000 is withheld as a retention sum to serve as a guarantee for any defect or rectification work that may need to be carried out during the specified liability period of 2 years. Okay, so expiry date of the specified liability is 30th September 2025. Okay, so this contractor is entitled to receive a retention sum payment of 100,000. The said retention sum is not subject to service tax because it's already handed over before 1st July 2025. Okay, what happened if, let's say, your project starts on 30th September 2023, okay, value at 1 million, project value effective date is 700,000, retention sum is 10%. Okay, and project is handed over after 1st July 2025. If project is handed over after 1st July 2025, okay, to the employer, 10% of the payment, which is the retention sum of 100,000, is withheld as a guarantee for any defect, repair work, or need to be carried out during the stipulated liability period of 2 years. So, end of date specified liability period, 30th September 2025, the contractor is entitled to receive the withheld retention sum, and the retention sum on the project value after the effective date is 10%. Okay, let's say of 300,000, which is 30%, is subject to service tax. You guys can see here now, as long as anything that is happening after 1st July 2025, any invoice that you issue is subject to service tax. Okay, the date upon completion of the 12 months if the retention sum payment has not yet been received. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Okay, so next case study. Okay, construction billing. How do you bill? Okay, so if you have construction material suppliers, okay, so like some of you import your construction material, you have an imported sales tax. Okay, you already paid. Okay, sale of goods, sales tax charge included exempt. Okay, so construction main con will actually pay for sales tax. Okay, then for subcontractor, if you as a main con, you work for a developer, you sub a certain job to the developer, the job that is the invoice that is being billed to the main con is subject to B2B exemption. Okay, of course, you have to write a B2B exemption letter. Later, we will show you an example of the B2B exemption letter. Okay, and then of course, you also provide certain construction work and you progress bill to the developer and commercial property. So what happened here is subcontractor company A will not charge service tax to company B, the main contractor. So the main contractor will charge the service tax to the developer. Okay, who pays for the service tax? The ultimate user, the ultimate consumption user, the person that is going to use for their own business, okay, which is the developer. So the main contractor will need to charge service tax to the developer. Understand? So far, so good. Okay, if okay, type 2 in the chat box. All right. Yeah. Okay, and component suppliers similarly if you have raw material or anything, there is a sale of goods. Okay, if sales tax are charged or exempted depending on the tariff code or HS code. Okay. Okay, so based on point 9, okay, from the guide on construction work service, facility management as part of construction work service. So facility management is part of construction work service and refers to the planning, coordination, and supervision of support activities that ensure a construction site or project function efficiently, safely during construction period. Just to let you know, only facility management performed during the construction phase is considered part of construction service and thus subject to service tax under Group L. Okay, once the building is completed and handed over, ongoing facility management becomes part of maintenance service tax under Group G, not Group L. So if you are a facility management company, you first have to register for Group L because you are doing facility management for construction. Then after the project is completed, you need to also be under Group G because you fall under maintenance service of Group G. So far, so good. Okay, so what is a facility management during construction phase? Site security coordination, managing access control, CCTV monitoring, safety fencing around construction area, utility temporary setup, organizing temporary power, water supply, lighting during the construction. Okay, on-site cleaning, regular cleaning of debris, dust, and waste, okay, on construction floors and scaffolding, okay. Then you have what? Logistic planning, okay. coordination of the delivery of materials, managing storage zone on site, okay, health and safety compliance, ensuring workers wear safety gear, okay, fire extinguisher are ready, accident protocols are in place. Okay, number 6, environmental management, managing noise, dust, control temporary drainage to meet environmental regulation. Okay, means subcon exempted from SST. Okay, subcon is not exempted from SST. Subcon need to register for SST if your threshold exceed 1.5 million. Okay, if your main con is also registered for group L, okay, which is this group construction group, both parties, company A and company B, need to be registered for same group L, and need to be SST registered in order for you to enjoy B2B exemption. Okay, means that Company A is SST registered for Group L for service tax. Company B is SST registered for Group L for service tax. By right, subcontractor need to charge service tax to main contractor, but the main contractor is not the ultimate beneficiary. Okay, so main contractor will write a B2B exemption letter to the subcontractor to say, hey, this is my B2B exemption letter. Okay, I will not be subject to service tax. Okay, so main con will need to write you a B2B exemption letter, but make sure both parties are registered. Okay, then once they write the B2B exemption letter, when you issue the invoice to the main contractor, you do not need to charge service tax. Okay, but you have to take note that it's under exemption, right? In the note, this is B2B exemption. Okay, so as a main con, okay, company B, you are already registered for service tax for Group L. So you need to charge, okay, the developer 6% service tax. Okay, so far if clear for this part, type 1 in the checkbox. Okay. Okay, so since we are here, let me see if I have the letter sample over here. Okay, don't worry, we will go into this part and we'll go into the letter sample shortly. Okay, now we are over here. Okay, facility management. Okay, any issue? Okay, so far so good. Okay, if okay, type 6 in the chat box for facility management, 6 points. Okay, if you are clear on this, type 6. Okay, mechanical and electrical work. Okay, you have explanation under guide on construction work service as at 9 June 2025. You have your M&E works are recognized as a core component of construction work service. Okay, you have your mechanical and electrical M&E refers to since you guys asked for M&E, right? Yeah, so we are in M&E now. Refers to the design, installation, testing, and commissioning of essential systems that support the functionality and safety of buildings and infrastructure. These works are vital for ensuring that building operates smoothly after construction is complete. If performed as part of construction or renovation contracts, especially for commercial or mixed-use property, M&E are subject to a 6% service tax under Group L. Okay, so what is under M&E? Okay, you have examples over here: air conditioning and ventilation system (ACMV), installation, centralized or split unit air conditioning for malls, hospital, and office, plumbing and sanitary system, installing water supply, sewerage pipes and drainage system. Okay, fire protection system, installing fire sprinklers, hose reels, fire pumps, and smoke detectors. Gas piping and system, installing piping for LPG, natural gas in the commercial kitchen or laboratories. Okay, these are the 4 for mechanical works. And then for electrical works, you have your power distribution system, laying cables, installing distribution boards for internal power supply, lightning and emergency lighting, installing general and emergency lighting system. Okay, number 3, protection, lighting protection system, installing surge protection, grounding system. Okay, security and communication system, wiring for CCTV, access control, intercom, and PA system lah. Okay, so far if you're okay, type 4 in the chat box. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, great. Okay, let me just see B2B only related to service tax only, right? Sales tax not related, right? Yes, YS shall B2B only service tax. Okay, condo owner SST charged by developer. Okay, For condo that developer will properties are not subject to sales or service tax. Uh, yeah. Let's look at this. Okay. So let's look at this article over here. Okay. So developer ability to pass on SST cost to buyer dependent on economic condition. Okay. So property developers' ability to pass will depend on the current prevailing in the real estate sector. The analysts, okay, margin pressure for ongoing unsold project, while there are currently no guideline on how SST will apply to contracts entered before 1st July, okay, but viewed thereafter. Okay. So to avoid margin erosion stemming from a rising construction costs, we believe developers are likely to pass on these additional costs from unsold stock and future projects to buyer, though this is subject to prevailing market demand. Okay, so it really depends, okay, whether which developer you're working with, and will normally they build in already lah. Okay, leaving soon. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay. Contractor provides service for construction work and the service for hiring machinery. It is need to register both Group L and Group K. Yes, Hua Yiling, you're on the right page. Yeah, we'll go into Group K rental shortly. Because I think majority of you here are from CIDB Association. So we cover the construction first. Otherwise, everyone very kanchiong. Okay. So next, let's go into the next part. Exemption from service tax payment. Okay. So in accordance with the provision stated in item 9 of service tax, person exempted from payment of tax order 25, exemption from the payment of service tax for B2B services is eligible to be granted if the following prescribed conditions are met. Number one, both the provider and recipient of the construction service are what? Registered person. Means that you need to be registered for service tax. Okay. Number two, the construction service are provided to a registered person. Like I mentioned, provider and recipient need to be a registered person. Number three, both the provider and recipient of the construction service provide the same construction service as specified in the taxable service under Group L, okay, under the construction service group. Okay, and then number four, the exempted construction service are not for own consumption. Okay, it means that the subcon provide to the main con supply it to the developer. Okay. Commercial construction work subject to SST, not under B2B exemption. You can entitle for B2B exemption. Make sure all parties are SST registered. May I know how to stamping contract? Ang Chai Ling, if you are interested, you can PM, or you can see if we do a stamping workshop or what, stamp duty workshop. Yeah, you can actually go to stamps.com. Stamps.com. You go and check YouTube. Yeah, there's tutorial guide. If companies sign contract for grass cutting and office cleaning, levy payment consider stamping. No, it has to be with LHDN stamping. Yeah, it's like your tenancy agreement stamping, same. Commercial contract and tenancy agreement stamping is the same concept. Yeah, you guys need to get it stamped with the LHDN. Okay. Check with your tax agent or your lawyers. Yeah. Okay. Most of the time they can assist you. If companies sign contract for grass cutting and office cleaning before 1st July 2025 that are not included SST 8%, the sales revenue for 2024 are more than 500K. For 2025, do I need to charge SST or make change in contract? By the way, construction work service is 1.5 million. Yeah, so Nurul Nasra, you need to make sure that your whole construction, if let's say you're 400 construction, you exceed the 1.5 million threshold. 500K, you have not exceeded yet. Okay. I mean, of course, if you want to volunteer, by the way, if you want to voluntarily register for service tax, you can, yeah. Okay, but more admin work lah. If company gets tender from government and company A is exempted from service tax, how are you exempted? You need to be exempted unless you have a letter from Ministry of Finance. Uh, how about the subcontractor company A to company B? Okay. Lina, this one we will cover. But we need to also know why your company is exempted. Okay, Group G got many subcategories. Must both be at same subgroup or enjoy B2B? No, as you there's many subcategories in Group G, right? As long as you register for the Group G, you are considered already in that group already, whether you are what category. Okay. So we never break down on M&E, EPCC. No, we just look at group. Okay. So if you are that group, make sure you identify in that group which category you are, because your tax agent will want to know, custom audit will want to know. Okay. What about M&E work to build and install industrial machine in factory, glove stripping machine? Our job including material purchase. Which group are we? Your M&E is under group construction. This one, mechanical work. Okay, installation. Okay, most likely you're more on this category. These are some example. Okay, so you're in under construction group L, 6%. Okay, Wi-Fi, hopefully that clarifies your question. Double check with your tax agent. Okay. Okay, so just now we already go into what are the four criteria already, right? You guys are familiar with the criteria for B2B exemption. Is yes, type 4 in the chat box. If yes, type 4 in the chat box. It is compulsory contract for stamping contract no matter the project is small or big. The answer is yes, Ang Chai Ling. I'm not sure you guys have attended any stamp duty workshop or not. Based on LHDN guide, all contracts need to be stamped, otherwise it's not admissible to court. Okay, so you guys need to make sure that you are stamped if you want to enjoy for any non-renewable contract, for any issues on stamp duty lah. By the way, if you don't stamp your contract, LHDN can come for stamp duty audit. Okay, so stamp duty audit is also already out, the stamp duty audit framework. So that's why I hope that you guys don't take it lightly as well. Okay. 1 point. Group G. Group G, yes, 500,000. Group G, 500,000. Yeah, guys. Group G is 500,000. 500,000 professional skill. Okay. Okay, back to this. Okay, so we have exemption from service tax payment. Okay, so you have your model one. Okay, we have our traditional contract method. Okay, we have our main contractor construction work. Okay, so you have your developer. Normally, a developer or property owner or landowner will work with a lot of parties. Okay, so you have your main contractor construction work, whether it's CIDB, you are a G1 contractor to G7 contractor, doesn't matter. Okay, then you have your architect. Okay, which is professional under Group G. You have your civil engineer, you have your structural engineer, you have your interior designer, you have your mechanical and electrical, okay? You have your project management, you have your surveyor, you have your legal. Okay, back to just now, okay? From architect to legal, all this is under Group G. So you need to double check which are you fall under, because today we're just on a very high level basis and we're covering a lot of groups in one session. So normally our clients will do a one-to-one session to understand, we will call SST impact assessment. Okay, so you need to understand what service you're providing, which group you fall under, then you register. Okay, then if let's say you fall under the construction work, okay, if you are a main contractor, like I mentioned, 6% SST. Okay, and then make sure that your software can help you to track this SST, okay, service tax. Because why? You will be definitely you'll be confused. You have some service you're charging 8%, some service you're charging 6%. Okay, and if you do not have a system, you will lose track. Okay, and you need to submit your SST return to the customs every 2 months. Yeah, you need to populate how much SST service tax you have collected and then submit it to the customs every 2 months. So this is something that you need to keep track very properly. Okay, so back to just now that question. So if I'm hiring a subcontractor to do a part of my work, okay, as a main contractor. So back to the question, this subcontractor had to be registered under Group L. Main contractor also need to be registered under Group L construction service. Both of them need to be providing a taxable service, which is under Service Tax Regulation 2018. Okay. And for you to entitle for B2B exemption, it has to be the same type of service. So let's say subcontractor providing maybe go back to here, power distribution system. I'm laying cables for my main contractors. Okay. But that project is being provided or sub from the developer, tender, and then awarded to the main contractor. Okay, so when I lay the cables, okay, I supposed to charge service tax to the main con, but because we are B2B, okay, we are doing the main con is not using for themselves. So main con will write me a B2B exemption letter. I already received the letter and I will not charge service tax. I'll show you the B2B exemption letter. Why subcontractors are confident to not charge service tax. Okay, I show you an example. Okay, we have some customs audit before where the subcontractor forget to charge let's say over here, forget to charge service tax and never write any B2B exception letter. Custom come and audit, they actually ask the subcontractor to pay for the service tax because you never collect the 6% or 8% service tax. Okay, so if you forget to collect, you try to ask from your customer, sure your customer won't pay one. Okay, who will pay? Yeah, so if you forget to collect, who is accounted for? The service provider is accounted for the service tax. Yeah, so you have to be very careful if you forget to collect. Okay, and if you do not have proper documentation for B2B exemption. Okay, a lot of people say, oh, can I just, no need B2B exemption letter lah, huh? Right for what? I know that he's not using my service, but if you do not have any B2B exemption letter, if an audit comes, and customs say you need to pay service tax, uh, you might be liable for the service tax. So that's something that I need all of you to be aware of as well. Okay, just now we are at traditional contract method. Now we are at design and build contract method lah. Okay, so design and build contract method. Okay, if you don't want to give us letter, we prepare to them law. Can also, yeah, can also. Okay, can also, yeah. But you have to make sure they sign lah. Okay. So developer, property owner, main contractor, construction work. Okay. 6% service tax. Okay. B2B exemption. Okay. So like I mentioned, now you have subcon. Okay, so main con sub to subcon, subcon sub to another subcon. So subcon lah. So similarly, let's say this is a certain maybe back to just now here, okay, lightning and emergency lighting system. So I install that, okay, appoint a subcon, okay. So the subcon install already, similarly, the subcon need to write a B2B exception letter to the subcon to say that, okay, you and me are both registered for Group L, okay, and you cannot charge me service tax, okay. So subcon will say company C, this A, B, C, D. Company D will say that, okay, I will not charge you. So they bill the invoice without the 6% service tax. Okay, and then the subcon, okay, company C will also tell the main con, okay, you and me are registered for Group L. Therefore, I will not charge you service tax, but you need to send me the B2B exemption letter. So main con send the B2B exemption letter already, they receive, then okay, I will issue an invoice without the service tax. But too bad, the developer is the ultimate beneficiary. So as a main contractor, they are already registered for service tax. They will charge 6% service tax to the developer and property owner. Okay or not? So far, okay? Type 2 in the chat box for model 2. Okay or not? Okay, okay. So Lim Freegan open this. Okay, non-renewable contract. Any construction work contract without an opportunity for review or non-renewable contract is granted an exemption from the payment of service tax for a period of 1 year from the effective date subject to the conditions stipulated. Okay, the exemption is granted in accordance under provision of section 34(3)(a). Freegan, any question you want to ask? Clause 57. Does it mean that previous example of retention that is subject to SST but is being claimed before 30th June? No. Freegan, This is only for the construction work service. For retention sum, I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, for retention sum, anything that is after, you can double check with customs. Okay. Basically for retention sum, because you need to issue the invoice after the period, the extended liability period. Okay, why I say no, because the project has already completed. There's no construction work anymore. Understand or not? Because so the project has already completed. You are only providing maintenance service. The retention sum will claim or will never claim. Okay. So if got claim, then it's extra work out of the project. Okay, because your project has already completed. So it's not fall under the non-renewable contract. What your non-renewable contract, uh, of course you can play around and justify with customs. If it's clearly written in the in your contract for the retention sum, um, you can try to play around with it. But like I mentioned, your last due date is 30th June 2026. Yeah, so it very depends on your tax agent. But my suggestion is if it's after 1st July 2025, just charge service tax. Okay, because you don't want to confuse the custom. When you confuse them, then they'll give you a letter. Then you get even more confused. Yeah, so my suggestion is if can follow what the customs say, don't confuse them. But if you really want to, take the route of the exemption, then you need to write into custom. Yeah, because it's better to write into custom to get a black and white so that when an audit comes in, you can use that as a proof. Okay. Figan, hopefully that answers your question. Okay, Lily, may I know how subcon need to issue exemption letter? Okay, yeah, everyone's excited about exemption letter. Okay, come, let me just continue. Okay, so exemption from service tax payment. Okay, under the traditional contract and design build contract method, the developer or property owner appoints the main contractor, registered person, to provide construction service. So the main contractor then appoints a subcontractor, registered person, to carry out part of the construction work. Therefore, construction service provided by the subcontractor, okay, to the main contractor are eligible for exemption for service tax in accordance with B2B exemption. Okay, so next is, okay, let's look at this example. Okay, I think after this example, wait, okay, after this B2B exemption letter, we go for a short break because lunch is at 12:30 and we have not gone for a break before the first half. So we go for a short break. Anyone wants to go to washroom or what, or toilet break or what, then we can go lah. After we've gone through the B2B exemption letter. By the way, lunch break is 12:30, yeah. Okay, so 12:30 to 2:30 for prayers. Okay, and then after that we'll be back at 2:30. Okay, so SS Project Builder Senyap Berhad is a contractor providing construction service and is also a registered person under Group L. First schedule PCP 2018. So SPV was appointed as a subcontractor by the main contractor. AB Construction Berhad, okay, ABC, which is also a contractor providing construction service and a registered person under Group L. Okay, both companies are responsible for construction commercial lots in Bandar Baru Bangi, okay, Selangor. The construction service provided by SPB to ABC are eligible for exemption from service tax. ABC shall charge service tax to the developer. Okay, because ultimate user, personal consumption. Okay. My group G, my customer, and group G management service. Do I need to charge SST? Lee Bing Soon, this one we come back shortly. Wait. Okay. Exemption from service tax payment. Okay. In accordance with the regulation. Okay. So 10(1)(a) regarding invoice content. Okay, any registered person who is eligible for exemption from paying service tax under B2B exemption category, the first service provider shall what? Issue an invoice with the following additional details: name and address of the customer, customer service tax registration number, okay, and the amount service tax exempted. Okay, so you have to write this clearly as well, okay, in your invoice. Okay, so you have to make sure that even the service tax exempted, the amount you need to write it clearly in the invoice. That's why I say Make sure you have a system. If you are keeping track on a manual basis, very hard one. Okay. Number two, B, declare the total value of service exempted from tax B2B exemption in item 18C of the SST02 return. Okay, any sample invoice can show us. Lu Xin Yan, let me just double check for you later. Yeah, should have lah. Okay. Okay. Exemption from service tax payment for registered construction contractor who receive imported taxable service related to construction service. Okay. Imported taxable service also need to subject to service tax and subsequently supply the same service to their customer or developer. They are also eligible for exemption from paying service tax on such imported taxable service. Means that the contractor that imports the item, he pays for the imported taxable service, but when he supplies to the other parties, okay, also entitled for B2B exemption. This exemption applies only to registered person who meets the condition, okay, on the B2B exemption. Okay. Yes, or Kim Siu, as long as under residential building work, then it's exempted from SST. Yes, your answer is correct. Correct. Okay. So next, federal government, state government, and local authorities are exempted from the payment of service tax on construction work service. So if you are providing, any person providing construction work service to the federal government, state government, and local authority, PBT, okay, must declare the value of such construction work service as service exempted from service tax in column 2 of the SST02 return. Okay, so number one, you need to be registered for service tax if you are still providing service to government, if your threshold is exceed 1.5 million. Okay. Number two, when your invoice you issue, you need to make sure you have the service tax exempted, okay, details, name, address of the customer, whether is it a government or residential, customer service tax registration number, the amount of service tax, okay, exempted. Okay. So whether is it residential, government, okay, imported taxable service, any exemption, you need to make sure you have what? The amount of service tax exempted. Okay, so you have to still keep track on your SST02 return. Okay, but back to the ORCIM seal. Okay, if you are providing construction service to what we call residential, if you see here, okay, residential, right? Okay. This is excluded from the, okay, let me just go to this FAQ. Okay. So, and how to become a registered person? Anyone who provides construction work service excluding residential building, construction, and public areas related to the residential building where the value of service exceeds threshold value of 1.5 million must apply for registration online via the link. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So basically, as long as your contract, right, whether is it residential, whether is it government, whether is it mixed development, okay, the total is more than 1.5 million, you need to register, but you do not need to charge service tax, okay, for government, for residential, but you need to, when you issue, you need to register. So for you to entitle for the exemption if you exceed the 1.5 million threshold. Okay. So you need to register, but you do not need to charge service tax. Okay. So you'll be exempted. Okay. So let's go into this. Let me just zoom in and read the whole this letter for you. Okay. So this letter is on page 142, by the way. Okay. So you scroll to page 142. Okay, so you can see here, okay, we, YYY Senyam Berhad, okay, hereby certify that we have fully complied with the condition for service tax B2B exemption in accordance with the provision under Schedule Service Tax, Person Exempted for Payment Tax, Order 2018, okay, and Service Tax Amendment, Regulation 2024, 24, whereby both, okay, so, 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 YYY Sdn Bhd, your SST registration number, and XXX Sdn Bhd, maybe the recipient, are service tax registered person under item 13, column 1, okay, group 3 of the first schedule. So taxable service is what? Maintenance and repair are exempted under item, okay, group 3. Taxable service acquired are identical to the service we provide to our customers. Okay, so it's a taxable service, but it's being exempted because of the B2B's exemption. It's identical to the service you provide to your customer. And number 3, this taxable service is exempted because it's not for personal consumption. Okay, so in view of the above, we shall be entitled to the exemption from the payment of service tax on the regrinding service provided from XXX Sdn Bhd with effect 1st May 2025 in the event that the declaration made in this certificate are inaccurate, or if the B2B exemption is not or no longer applicable, we agree to undertake to pay any service tax due, including any penalties that may be imposed by Royal Malaysia Customs on XXX Sdn Bhd. Means that the service provider, okay, will collect this letter from the service recipient. Therefore, now you know why XXX Sdn Bhd is willing to not charge service tax, because in this letter it clearly says if customs come and find me to collect the service tax, you will pay the service tax. If of course the service recipient, Ang Lee Ching, service recipient do not want to be charged the service tax, therefore they will issue the exemption letter. But like some of you say, what happens if my main contractor do not want to basically write me a letter? Then you can write it for them and then ask them to sign lah. Correct or not? So far okay? If you are okay, type B2B. If okay, type B2B. And then down here, you need to clearly indicate, take a screenshot from the customs portal that your SST number, your name of company, your perdagangan, when you start registered, service tax registered, what group, okay, and then perkhidmatan bercukai lah. Okay, clear on B2B. If you clear on B2B letter, type B2B. Okay. Who is going to write this letter? Subcon or main con? The service recipient. Okay, the subcon is charging SST ma. Okay, so by right you should charge SST. So if you do want to be exempted, then you need to write the letter to say that because I'm actually not using this for myself, not for my personal consumption. Okay, and it's an identical service that I supply to the developer. Therefore, I will not need to basically subject to service tax when you charge me. Your invoice, you don't charge me service tax. Clear? Okay. Okay. Below letter need the same as bottom A. Oh, what do you mean below the letter? This one you screenshot from your service tax portal, your custom portal. This letter need to be stamped. Cheryl, to be very frank, right? All written documents by right need to be stamped lah. So back to the question, if this letter need to be stamped or not, up to you. Okay, all written document instrument by right need to be stamped lah. Okay, under the Stamp Duty Act. Okay. Does MinCon also need to get the exam letter from client as well? You get from who? Developer. Okay, back just to get some clarification. Okay, guys, don't confuse with this. Okay, developer will be the ultimate consumer because they will sell the property to the buyers, right? The retail buyers. Okay, the normal buyers are normal consumers. So main contractor will be charging 6% service tax to the developer because that's the end already. The project, the construction work is appointed by the developer. So developer cannot get B2B exemption. Okay, developer no B2B exemption because already sudah the end. So no B2B exemption. Okay, whereas down here you got main contractor to subcontractor B2B exemption, subcontractor to subcontractor. So you can imagine, let's say I do road work or what for the developer. So I hire sub to subcon. So I invoice subcon, no SST or no service tax or B2B exempt because subcon already write me a letter. Then subcon want to charge the main con service tax. Then main con say no, cannot because I'm not the ultimate user. I don't use it for myself. I write you a B2B exemption letter. So they write already. Then they will be entitled for B2B exemption. But condition is all three parties are registered lah. Developer, whether not registered or not, different story lah. But most of the time they are registered lah. Okay. Then this is just to clarify lah. Okay. For resident project service, no tax or exempt declared in SST form and assigned exemption letter. For residential project, I believe got this one should be. You can double check again. Most likely, you also need to put in this amount service tax exempted lah. Or most likely don't need. We can double check on that. Yeah, yeah, for residential project service. Yeah. Okay, because if let's say need, then you will need to just put in the amount exempted. Yeah, but no exemption letter because residential no not subject to service tax. Each project one exemption letter. It can be each project one exemption letter, or each invoice one exemption letter. Either way lah, both also can, as long as it's very clear cut and you clearly written that it's for what service You can see here it's for what service and all. Okay, so it can be for each project, it can for each invoice. Up to you lah. B2B exemption subcon to main con, not main con to subcon. No, main con to subcon. Main con to subcon. Did someone draw on the slide? Yeah. Okay. Wait, never mind. Okay. Wait. Okay. So, guys, okay, we just do a quick recap. Okay. It's always the recipient that will issue the B2B exemption letter to the service provider. Okay, so I'll keep you, hopefully that clarifies. So means for private construction, no sound. Okay, Siva, if there is sound, type 1 in the chat box. Yeah, everyone, if you can hear me clearly, type 1 in the chat box. Yeah. Okay, I think everyone can hear me. Yeah, Siva, you need to double check your speaker. Fatin, so means for private construction work, main con charge SST to developers, subcon shall not charge SST to main con but get exception letter for main con. Yes, correct, Fatin, correct. Make sure all parties are SST registered. Yeah, okay. Service tax registered. If a company gets a tender from the government and it's not subject to SST charge, what if company A subcontracts to company B but they are not in the same group? Then they need to register. Not in the same group, then they will, as long as you are doing construction work, if you exceeded 1.5 million contract, you need to register for construction group L. Yeah, so Lina, you need to double check whether your company B or your subcontractors already exceeded 1.5 million, because they are not only providing subcontract work to your company, they might be doing a few projects. Yeah. Okay. If MainCon don't charge SST to develop it because non-renewable contract, then MainCon are subcon to charge SST can go. Will your developer accept? Herna, it's up to you. Yeah. Because non-renewable contract is only until June 2026. Yeah, Herna. So after June 2026, you still need to charge SST. Yeah. So so for the main con, to the developer, if it's non-renewable contract, no service tax until June 2026. Okay, so for subcon to main con, this one, double check and see whether you can apply the B2B exemption, because if you're not using for yourself, and because of the non-renewable contract, you have no service tax charge. So by right, even the subcon, you can also use B2B exemption. Okay, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, Hannah, I think I answered your question already. Yeah, M&E to subcon 8%. M&E is it mechanical and electrical or what? And if it's mechanical and electrical, yes, can be 8%, can be 6%, either one. Whether mechanical and electrical, if it's depending on which category you fall under lah. Like just now, I think we put what? Mechanical and electrical, yeah. Yeah. Can be 6% or 8%, depending on which category. So you need to register for the group. This one is group G, this one is group L. If my client is the government, I'm the main contractor, then the government need to issue me a B2B extension, so I don't charge. No need. Lawrence, if your client is a government, you just need to, in your invoice, you just need to put in the name, the address, the customer service tax registration number, or this one. Okay. Make sure that you must declare the value of construction service as service tax exempted lah. Okay, in your invoice. Yeah, in the SST02 return. Okay, Lawrence, hopefully that answers your question. Slightly under construction work, the 6% is charged on total contract amount or only for labor service. Total contract amount, yes, ID, because most also include equipment, building material. Yes, you're right. The item actually was paid for sales tax during purchase. You're right. That's why, like we mentioned, equipment. Okay, because now you have rental leasing of equipment as well. Equipment is equipment, separate contract. Material is material, separate contract. Construction work service is construction work service, separate contract. So you have 3 contracts here, Zaidi. Do we need to wait until the company revenue exceed 1.5 before registering, or we need to register before? You do not need. You can voluntarily for Mazita, you can voluntarily register anytime. You do not need to exceed 1.5 million. But if you want to wait until 1.5 million, you exceed, only register, also can. Yeah. If subcon group L get charged SST from rental and leasing on genset rental, okay, leasing of material lah, leasing of machine lah, while doing work for main con, this charge is not part of B2B exemption. Yes, rental and leasing also B2B exempt. Later we'll go into that. Yeah, as long as both also in group, same group. Yeah, so that's the issue. You need to make sure both parties are in same group. Okay. Okay, let's go at this. The business flow and invoice issuance under construction service activities are illustrated as follow. You have your contractor issuing claim letter to the developer owner stating the value of work completed at each stage. You have your developer or owner, okay, appointing an architect, engineer, quantity surveyor, authorized person to carry out the valuation of the work. Okay, you have an authorized professional to evaluate, okay, and certify the actual value of the work performed in accordance with the stages stipulated in the contract. And then you have your certified value. The certified value may differ from the amount stated in the contractor's claim letter. Okay, so you have these 4 categories over here. Okay. Okay. Next, okay, construction work FAQ. Okay, we will come back to your question Q&A shortly. Okay, let's go through the FAQ first. Maybe some could be already answered here. How to become a registered person? Anyone who provides construction work service, excluding residential building and public areas related to residential building, where the value of service exceeds the threshold value of 1.5 million, must apply for registration online via this link, mysstcustom.gov.my. Yeah, you guys can actually copy this link and then or go to search this link to actually have a look on the registration. Okay, later at the end we have some time, we can go through. Okay, then next one, how to submit the return and make tax payment. Okay, a registered person must submit SST02 service tax return through the electronic service or by SST by post or courier service to the custom processing center, or payment method including electronic banking, okay, check, bank draft. For payment using check or bank draft, they must be sent by post courier service to the custom processing center in Kelana Jaya. For more detail, please refer to the return and payment guide. Okay, so next question is a registered person. Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, Malini, this one later we come back. Okay, is a registered person required to issue an invoice for construction work service provided? Okay, yes, a registered person must issue an invoice for all construction work service performed. Okay, next. What services are not subject to service tax under the construction work service? Construction work service for residential building and public facility related to those residential building are not subject to service tax. Okay. Okay. This part clear? Okay. Then who is exempted from paying service tax under construction work service? Those who are exempted from paying service tax under construction work service are the federal government, state government, and the local authorities. Okay. What is the rate of service tax imposed on the construction work service? Construction work service are subject to a 6% service tax. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, so how is the value of construction work service determined? Okay, so the value of construction work service is determined based on the actual value of the service provided, including the value of goods or raw material used in providing the construction work service. Okay, so this one, like I mentioned to you just now, okay, if all your service are bundled into one invoice, definitely you will fall under this construction work service and you need to charge a 6% on your total amount, whether you pay sales tax or not. Yeah, so this is still under clarification. Okay, as a CIDV association, you need to get this clarified by customs as well. Okay, as a group. Okay, otherwise, custom come and audit on this totality amount. Yeah. Okay, what charges are subject to service tax in the construction industry? Charges subject to service tax include the value of all works and materials that are permanently constructed or installed at the building site or construction project and are billed by the contractor to the client. Okay, so ASM Senyam Berhad awards a contract to LTM Construction Senyam Berhad to construct a commercial building based on the contract agreement. Okay. So the value of the construction service, including the value of the material and work performed, okay, is 6 million. So the service tax imposed is 360,000, okay, because 6 million times 6%, very big amount, okay. So if I purchase the raw material myself, okay, and appoint a contractor to construct a commercial building, and is the value of the construction work service inclusive of those raw materials? Okay, the value of construction work service is based on the contract between the developer and the contractor. If the contract between the developer and the contractor specifies the payment as a construction work service fee, only construction service fee will be subject to service tax. Okay. Okay, Mu Shengyan, I think this one is on sales tax. Later we will look into it. Okay. Yeah. So now we are on service tax. Yeah. Okay. So when do I need to account for service tax? You need to account for service tax on construction service at time payment is received for taxable service provided by a registered person to the customer. However, if you have approved by the Director General of Customs to use invoice as the basis of accounting, you must account for the service tax at the time of invoice is issued. Okay. Why this question is quite important? Because you as a service provider, you cannot be paying service tax yourself. Who's going to pay for it? It's always your customer, correct or not? Yeah. Yeah, if correct, then type yes in the chat box. Then your customer will be paying service tax to you. Okay, so if let's say your customer don't pay you service tax, how are you gonna have that money? 6%, 6. You go back to this. 6 million times 6%, 360,000. Where you get 360,000 to pay custom? Correct or not? Yeah. So you need to make sure that you only pay service tax when you collected lah. Yeah. So that's why your invoice you issue already, if they never pay, that's why custom give you 1 year period, okay, to basically collect the service tax. Okay. And of course, if you never collect, it become bad debt, then different story lah. It can happen lah. Okay. So when do I need to submit the service tax return and make payment to customs? Okay. So service tax return and payment must be submitted to custom every 2 months according to the prescribed taxable period lah. Okay, and I am a contractor, okay, providing full contract construction service for a residential building. Do I need to register? The answer is A, no, you do not need to register because construction service for residential building are not taxable services. Okay, so if you see this on this, right, just now, I think some of you say that you 100% residential building, then based on customs FAQ, you do not need to register because your construction service for taxable, for residential building are not taxable service. Okay? Yeah. So our construction work service that receive B2B exemption and exemption for construction service to the federal state government included in the threshold calculation. Okay. The answer here is yes, construction work service that's being exempted are still considered taxable service, and those exemptions must be taken into account when calculating the threshold. Okay. Okay. Next, I am a contractor in Kuala Lumpur providing construction work service to build a commercial building in a designated area. Okay, Langkawi Island, Tioman Island, Bangkok Island, Labuan. Okay, and special area, free zone, licensed warehouse, LMW, licensed manufacturing warehouse, joint development area, and petroleum terminal. So do I need to charge service tax or not? The answer is A, yes, you are required to charge service tax on those construction work service. The provision of construction work service in designated area, Langkawi, Tioman, Bangkok, Labuan, or Pulau Satu, and special area, okay, by any contractor whose principal place of business is located in Malaysia is subject to service tax, okay? So even though you do the work in the designated area, also need to charge service tax. Okay. So are contractors located means that your business in the designated area and special area who provides construction service in Malaysia liable to register and charge for service tax to their customer? The answer is yes. Okay, any contractor whose principal place of business is located, okay, is located in the designated area and special area who provides a construction service in Malaysia is liable to register under Section 12 of the Service Tax Act if the taxable service provided exceeds the prescribed threshold. Once the contractor is registered, they must charge and account for service tax on the construction work service provided to their customer in Malaysia. Okay, so the answer is A, yes. How about construction for sales gallery for residential building? Sales gallery, I believe, is considered as commercial, yeah. Nick Nashra. Yeah, you want to double check on that. Because sales gallery for of residential building are most likely for commercial use. Okay. We go back to the definition. Where is it ready? Okay. Residential building is in relation to construction work service means a building that is fully designed and constructed for human habitation, but does not including any building constructed on land designated. So is your sales gallery human habitation building? The answer is no lah. It's just for selling of property. Then residential and commercial. Yeah, leasing up. Hopefully this clarifies. Means human habitation, wholly designed, constructed for human habitation. Okay, human habitation, residential, non-human habitation, commercial. Okay, or some of you direct message me, finish your part as per slide. Okay, yeah. Okay, when and how should I account for service tax for progressive payment contracts involving the issuance of certificate related to work completed lah? Okay, A, service tax for construction work service related to the progressive payment involving the issuance of certificate for work completed must be charged and accounted for at the time the payment is received lah. So if payment is not received within 12 months, okay, due and must be paid on the day following the end of the 12 months period. So you must collect the service tax from the customer. Okay. Okay, shall we go for a short 15 minutes break? Okay, let's take a short 15 minutes break and then we continue. I think some of you requested for a break. Okay, let's go for a short 15 minutes break and then we come back again. Okay, everyone, let's go for a short 15 minutes break. Yeah, guys, you can stop drawing on the board. Yeah. Okay, let me just remove the how do I remove? Okay, let's take a short 15 minutes break. Yeah. Yeah, you guys can put your question in the chat box. Later we will look through it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, welcome back everyone. Okay, so we continue first before the Q&A lah, because lunch break is at 12:30, so we leave some time for Q&A. Okay, so next question will be construction contracts allows customers such as developer or individuals to withhold a percentage from each progressive payment until each entire contract is satisfactorily completed. So is the retention money subject to service tax? Yeah. So understand here is yes, retention sum is subject to service tax. Therefore, the contractor must charge service tax on the retention sum payment. Okay. So what is the service tax treatment for compensation and out-of-court settlement? So compensation and out-of-court settlements paid due to the breach of warranty or delay in completing the contract, okay, are considered damages. Therefore, service tax is not imposed on such compensation and, okay, out-of-court settlement. Okay, so question 19 is compensation charged for delay in completing work subject to service tax? The answer is A, no. Compensation charged due to delay in completing a construction project is not subject to service tax. Okay, so what is the service tax treatment, okay, on progressive payment for construction contract made before the effective date? Okay, service tax must be imposed on construction service provided on or after the effective date. So the value of construction work done before the effective date is not subject to service tax. Okay, so anything before 1st July, not subject to service tax. Anything after 1st July is subject to service tax. Okay, what is the service tax treatment on retention money involving construction work service spanning 2 periods before and after effective date lah? Okay, so the portion of retention sum under construction contract related to construction work service provided before the effective date is not subject to service tax. However, if the provision of construction work service extends beyond the effective date, service tax must be imposed on the portion of the retention sum related to the construction service after the effective date. Okay, based on the regulation 3A of the service tax regulation 2018 lah. Okay, number 22 question, engineering, procurement, construction, commissioning, EPCC are a procurement model used in a large and complex project such as industrial, plant construction, power station, and other public infrastructure, where the main contractor is responsible for all aspects of design, procurement, construction, and testing. So, and delivers a completed project to the project owner. Are EPCC projects subject to service tax under the construction work service? The answer is yes. EPCC are considered construction work service and are subject to service tax. Okay, so reimbursement. A reimbursement is subject to service tax. A registered person must fulfill the following: incur expenses as a principal. Client is not the recipient of the service. Okay, principal is the person who is responsible for paying the service. Payment is not authorized by the client. Client has no knowledge. Service principal has the right to alter or add value. Payment is for service made. Okay, so over here, Malaysia MIA sought clarify that whether this is to be included in the calculation or not. So disbursement are not considered, therefore they should not be included in the calculation. Okay. So over here as well. Okay, over here as well. Okay. Uncertainty existed regarding charges such as commission, management fee, or other related costs, and whether they should be categorized as disbursement. Okay.
Itu tak tekan.
Okay, when calculating the threshold for service tax registration, our Royal Malaysia Custom clarified that the disbursement and reimbursement are not regarded as taxable service charges and should not be included in the threshold calculation. Okay. Okay, resolution and guidance. Okay, so this one, this one, okay. Then secondment arrangement. Okay. So issue here is, again, guide on employment service states that secondment arrangement are exempted from service tax if remuneration and allowance are directly and indirectly paid by the seconded company, no extra charge and imposed. Okay. Okay. Some secondment fees include markup on remuneration, leading to doubt whether such arrangement remains tax exempt. Okay. So Royal Malaysia Custom response, a secondment arrangement is temporary where an employee is assigned to another company while remaining under the supervision of the secondee. After the secondment, the employee returns to the original employer. Okay, so the presence of a markup on fees should not automatically disqualify an arrangement of a secondment, provided it fulfills the essence of a secondment. Okay, so final decision that even with a markup are exempt from service tax under Group G lah. Okay, the issue will be referred for further refinement and potential updates to the guidelines lah. Okay, so these are some updates that will come in as well for clarification. Okay, so let's go into some questions that we have for construction service. Okay, so let's go into some questions. Okay, so let me scroll up to the top. Okay, if you all have any questions, you all type. Okay. So Lily Chai say, hi sir, may I know, so subcon need to issue exemption letter to subcon for the B2B exemption? Yes, any service recipient will need to issue exemption letter to the subcon. Okay, retention sum contract, which is part of construction work, is it just withheld as security sum? The percentage that your developer need to pay you for the retention sum, for the work that is done, that will be subject to service tax. Yeah, lim free good. Okay. Low Xingyan is we are sub B2B only, they got full retention. If we are sub B2B only, they got okay. Low Xingyan, not quite sure what's your question. If subcon group L get charged SST from rental and leasing on genset, okay, doing work, this charge is not subject. Okay. So whether is it group L or group construction, both also have entitled for B2B exemption. Let me just show you. This is leasing as well. Okay. So all are registered under group K. If you can see over here, the end customer will be the one that is paying for the service tax. Okay. So just bear in mind that the end customer will be paying for the service tax. Okay. Yeah, so later we'll go into leasing after lunch lah. Okay. Okay, then okay. Then after that, I think where we want to go in. I'm going to the date one because I think you guys asked quite a few times already. Okay, so for the date, right? For registration of the date, let's say 1 million, right? Normally we look at the 11 months preceding lah. Yeah, okay. Later we can open the guide and have a quick look. Yeah. Okay, then next, if all registered, the first party can claim SST, the rest can't, but the first part need to write exemption letter to second and third party. Yeah, Ashari, you're correct. Nor Afzan, we provide maintenance and repair with associated labor. Machinery, could you advise if SST applies and what percentage? If your maintenance and repair is part of construction work, then it's 6%. Yeah. Okay. Machinery rental is 8%. Yeah, it's different group. Yeah. So Nor Afzan, you need to register for different group lah. My suggestion is either you reach out to us to get consultation or you reach out to your tax agent as well. Yeah. Sorry, I ask again on group G, maintenance and repair, my customer at group G. Do I need to charge SST 8%? Yes, if you register for group G, you charge 8%. Leaving soon. Yeah. Okay, but if you do construction work, you can charge under 6%. Okay, let me just see sample invoice for SST. Wait. Okay. So based on the guide, right? Okay. If you can see here, service tax registration, any person who provides taxable service in the course of furtherance of business in Malaysia for a period within 12 months and exceeds the value of taxable service is liable to be registered lah. Yeah. Okay. Within a 12 months period. Yeah. So basically it's from today to the 11 months or most likely this will be the indicative lah because you also do not know what's your future number. Yeah. Okay.那我删除掉删除。删。Okay, you all can see my screen. If you can see my screen, type one in the chat box, yeah. Unleashing, if your last 12 months already exceed 1.5 million, future method, I'll be very frank with you, no difference. You might need to already register because customers will already assume that you will definitely achieve 1.5 million after 12 months as well. Yeah, so if you already before the 12 months already achieved that category, okay, you by right you need to register on by end of August. Yeah, and then start charging SST service tax from 1st September. Yeah. Okay. So you can see over here, okay, this is a sample of the service tax invoice. You have your supplier's name, your invoice, your bill, invoice date, then your service tax details here. Okay. And then I think you need to put your service tax identification number as well. With the new e-invoice, you have even more, you have to put in your service tax identification and all that. Okay, and then your total service tax, total payable amount, total amount payable, including service tax. Okay, so this is a sample of a service tax invoice. Okay, yeah. All right, so how to define and differentiate residential and commercial? Just now we already, Lee Sing Yap already mentioned have human habitation. Okay, is it to follow property title and differentiate residential and commercial? Yes, property title is one way to differentiate whether is it residential and commercial as well. Sing Yap, yeah. Okay, Lawrence say if it's a design and build contract for the government, the consultant from example civil M&E cannot not supposed to charge SST to the main con for their service. So as long as the main con issues the consultant B2B letter, yeah, I mean, as long as you put B2B letter, then should be okay. Yeah, double check with your tax agent and also your custom side lah. Yeah, okay. Most likely should be okay. Yeah, Lawrence. Yeah. And then T1 Road Builders Neighborhood. Our company were doing highway road construction mainly for main con, include Propel and Plus Highway. We don't register SST yet. Our previous tender with the main con still ongoing. Tender still ongoing, not awarded. Yeah. Okay. We only look at letter of award and already start work. Okay. Can we charge the main con SST if we successfully registered after this? even our tender price before this not include SST. Not up to me to decide, up to your basically tender award company. So you need to check with them if they are willing to pay the SST lah. Because certain clients will not be willing to pay the SST. The service provider will need to absorb the SST. Yeah, this can be done as well. Yeah, so if your developer or they say that, oh sorry, I don't want to pay, then you need to self-absorb. Yeah, so you need to double check on that. Yeah, just make sure that you revise all your tender documents and your award documents, include the SST amount, and to get them consult them lah. Okay, and then after that, yeah, whatever B2B exemption you want to apply, you can do that as well. Okay, Nor Afzan. We provide maintenance repair service in Petronas plant with associated labor, material, machinery rental. Could you advise if SST apply at what percentage? Okay, because you have a few groups here, okay, Afzan, my suggestion is number one, check with your tax agent, okay, because just on the Zoom like that, I very hard to advise you because we normally look in detail like your contracts, your invoice, how you view your client and all. So we have to look in very detail, okay. What I can see over here is maintenance and repair could fall under construction work, okay, EPCC, okay, which is at 6%. Okay, materials, you paid sales tax already. Machinery rental, okay, 8%. Okay, as long as you meet the threshold, you need to register for this group lah, Afzan. Okay, hopefully that answers your question. Okay, Lee Beng Soon, service tax exempted between same service provider in group G, excluding item J and K, or in group I. Okay. Lee Beng Soon, B2B exemption only applies for the same group. Yeah, if you want to entitle for the other group, cannot. So you have to be in the same group. If not in the same group, registered, not registered in the same group, not entitled for B2B exemption. Okay, as easy as that. Okay, so Leong, I registered under group L. If I have rental income as well below 100K as other income company, I've charged ST as for rental invoice. Okay, for rental leasing, Leong, I think we will come in shortly after lunch. Don't worry. Basically now rental is basically you need to okay, let's just go to rental high level basis. Okay, so for rental, right? Just now we are here, right? Okay, rental, you exceed 1 million if you are renting out residential property, okay, not subject to service tax. But if you're renting out shop lot, factory, commercial property, or your property title is commercial title, okay, then it's subject to 8% service tax. Okay, so you have to make sure that your annual rental income is 1 million. Okay, then you need to register for service tax. But this includes a lot of items. Yeah. Quite a bit of items over here. Yeah, you can see here, okay, land, office, commercial, warehouse, machinery, bus, airplane, okay, and then after that, yacht, canoe, okay, small office, flexible office, sobo, furniture, music equipment, electrical, house appliance, animal, plants, trees, and flowers. By the way, if you see over here, just from this, event planning is impacted because you need to decorate with plants, trees, and flowers. Furniture also, okay, electrical goods, music equipment, household appliances, okay. Basically anything that can move, you lease, okay, and even animals, okay, anything that can move, you lease, okay. Movable or immovable, subject to service tax. Yeah. Okay. Did have deadline to register for SST? Yes. The deadline is if you meet the threshold is 31st August, by the way. Yeah. If you have not met the threshold, you can register after that. Let me just see over here. Wait. Okay. So since you guys come into the deadline, right? Okay. So look at this. Okay. So if let's say you are company A and company B. So company A is currently service tax registered. Some of you already registered for service tax. Okay. And then some of you belong to this category where company B that you're currently not registered. Okay, so by 30th June 25, okay, company A to update the SST portal in relation to new service category and service type code from 1st July 25, starting charging service tax for new taxable service. So for those that are, let's say, already SST registered, right, service tax registered, right, you by right, you need to start charging service tax. Let's say you're in construction or but by right, you need to charging service tax from 1st July. Okay. And for those of you who have not registered, okay, you assess if your registration threshold is breached based on the actual value of supply for July 25 plus reasonable for maybe like what you said just now, August 25 to June 26, okay, estimate, okay. So if let's say you estimate you exceed 1.5 million, okay, or normally we will take the preceding line, okay, to double check whether we exceed or not, okay. So 1st to 31st August, this is your time to register if you foresee you will exceed 1.5 million. Okay. So company B to register for service tax also apply to change to invoice basis. So it's normally on paid basis lah. Okay. So you will need to start registering. The deadline is 31st August 25. And then you need to, company B need to start charging service tax from 1st September 25. All right. So everyone, you're clear on this part because we have two categories over here. Company A already SST registered. Okay. Company B are not SST registered. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So over here, the scenario here. Okay. Scenario one: if invoice is issued before effective date, which is before 1st July, invoice issued like I mentioned. Okay. Then if payment is done after, okay, basically 1st July 2025, okay, then subject to service tax. Okay. Scenario two, advance payment. Okay, payment has already done before basically 1st July. Okay, and then not subject to service tax. Okay, scenario three will be service spending before and effective after. Okay, so you have half that is done before 1st July, not subject to service tax. Another half that is done after 1st July is subject to service tax. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Ang Chai Ling, if we do renovation for government hospital directly, is it exemption for service tax, and renovation for private hospital directly will charge service tax? Government hospital, okay, this one, you have to double check lah. Most likely, yes, it's exempted. Then you need to declare in the SST 02 return. Okay, and for private hospital, yes, it's subject to service tax. Okay, Ang Chai Ling, hopefully that answer your questions. Yeah. Where can we do further consult on construction SSD? Yeah, you can definitely reach out to us. No problem. Yeah. Okay. I think you can find me on Facebook, LinkedIn. Quite easy to find. We have a website also. Yeah, you can find us. Okay, I am solar energy company. Is it to follow property title to differentiate residential title and commercial title? Yeah, leasing up, I think you need to double check on the land title. Yeah, whether is it residential and commercial. Residential, no service tax for construction. Commercial, yes, for service tax. Please advise invoice format for non-taxable service. Non-taxable service, is it? You mean for the Long Wei Shun, are you using any accounting software? AutoCount, SQL, yeah. What software are you currently using? Maybe you can type in the chat box first so that we can understand in detail. So means we can use future method. Yes, you can. Ang Wei Ching. Okay. Imported taxable service subjected to standard 6%. Yes, correct. Long Wei Shun. Okay. Company A bill to company B for construction work. There are intercompany relationship. A exceeds threshold 1.5 million. Still need to register SST to get B2B exemption. You exceed, you already need to register what? A. Calling Ying. If you exceed the threshold, you already need to register. B2B exemption is when you do not want to pay service tax and you do not utilize the service. Yeah. By the way, B2B exemption is not simply apply, or yes, it's on self-assessment, but it's not simply applied. When it comes to an audit, if IRB, if customs thinks that you do not entitle for B2B exemption, you will need to pay for the service tax. Yeah. So if it's between independent party, means you guys are not related party. Okay. That is where it's more clear cut and it's more safer for you, secure yourself lah. Okay. But if it's between related party, okay, if you try to use B2B exemption and if you're not entitled, okay, chances are you might need to pay back the service tax later on. Yeah, so you have to be very careful and assess whether both of you are equally registered under Group L, construction service. Okay, it's too small for me to view. Lalita, which one is too small? By the way, I sent you guys the PDF. Yeah, if you need to zoom, you can actually zoom in yourself. Yeah, okay. So you can zoom in yourself if it's too small. Okay. Lisa Ko Miao Ching, as a contractor to Sarawak Energy, a state-owned energy utility company in Sarawak, do we have to charge them SST? Okay, by the way, guys, government and government-linked company is two different things. Government is Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Education. Government-linked company, it's considered a company lah. Okay, so government-linked company most likely subject to SST. So because government-linked company pay tax also. Yeah, so we also work with a lot of government-linked company before. Yeah, when I was with the Big Four. Yeah. So government-linked company most likely need to charge SST, but you can double check with your tax consultant whether they fall under the government category or government-linked company. Yeah. Okay, Lisa, hopefully that clarifies your question. My contract of renovation work is included service and material. Some of the material is not subject to SST. Shall I view separately renovation work and material 0%? Okay. Tok Siling, if you are doing renovation work for commercial, if your invoice has material and construction work service all in one invoice, the total invoice is subject to 6% service tax. You cannot separate because it's wholly and exclusively rule. Okay, so you cannot separate it. So like I mentioned to you, you need to have a separate contract in order for you to avoid this confusion. Yeah. This. The value of construction work service is determined based on the actual value of service provided, including the value of goods or raw material used in the construction work service. Yeah, so try not to put the material in the same invoice, because if you put 6 and 0%, custom will assume that you never charge 6% for the material. Yeah, so you might be subject to 6% service tax. Okay. Lalita Rajendra, did we charge SST for material labor to quote my customer? You can check whether you charge or not, but my answer is here lah. Okay, you need to split. If you don't split, then the total amount will be subject to 6% service tax. Non-reviewable contract, how to justify? YS Chow, okay. Non-reviewable contract, how to justify? For non-reviewable contract, okay. Let's do a quick recap. Okay, non-reviewable contract. Okay, first is you have to make sure that the contract is signed and stamped by 9 June 2025. If not, get it stamped immediately. Okay. Check with your lawyer or tax consultant. Okay. Number two, you have to check there is no price revision clause. Okay. No price revision clause means that the condition, it has to be in a fixed price, it has to be in a clear duration, okay, and remain valid, okay, by 30th of June 2026. So after 30th of June 2026, this non-reviewable contract will be subject to 6% service tax. Okay, YS Chow, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, it's only 1 year. Okay, so Chan Yue Ping, the threshold for each category shall be treated separately. Yes. Example, if I registered for Group L, but I haven't reached the threshold for Group K, means I don't need to incur SST for Group K. You don't need to charge SST for Group K. But if your supplier decided to charge you SST, you're not entitled for B2B exemption because you are not registered under the same group. So Chan Yue-Ping, you want to double check whether you want to entitle for the B2B exemption first. Yeah, because if you want to entitle, you still need to register. Yeah, so there's a lot of things to consider over here, yeah, guys. Okay, Fatiha as a main con has issued the exemption letter to subcon. Then what should we do with the letter? Only for safekeep and submit to custom. Yes, you safekeep it for up to 7 years in case SARS custom come and audit you. Okay, and for subcon, what shall we do with the letter? Submit it to where? No, as a subcon, you just safekeep it. Yeah, main con give to you Fatiha binti Abdul Rahim. Okay, so you just keep it. Okay, safekeep it, soft copy, hard copy. Okay. uh in case custom come and audit you, you can give them lah, say that, oh, it's B2B exemption. It's not that you forget to charge SST. Okay, because why? Custom will say, hey, got exemption, you got B2B exemption letter or not? If don't have, then you are subject to 6% service tax. Okay, so Fatin, just bear in mind on this okay. We are in group 3 with 500k threshold. Okay, professional. Now threshold 1.2 million include hardware sales. Okay. Noryati, I think you're confused between each group. Okay, let me just do a recap for everyone. Yeah, if you go to the service tax portal, right, you will actually register group by group one. Okay, you will go in to register group by group. So the first question I will ask you is, are you doing this group first or not? Okay, meaning that, okay, are you providing any accommodation service? Okay, and then if the answer is yes, okay, then you would need to register for group A. Okay, then secondly, are you doing F&B? Are you doing nightclub, golf club, and all? Okay, and most of you here before under group G, okay, including myself, okay, group G or either group J, okay, or either group K or group L. So in total here, you have about 4 that you need to register for different group. Okay, and these 4, there are threshold for you to meet. If construction, you exceed 1.5 million, you need to register for Group L. Okay, if you want to have B2B exemption, you have not hit the threshold, you also need to register for Group L because you want to entitle for B2B exemption. Okay, even your business is just 1 million construction work, okay, but because you want to enjoy the B2B exemption, you don't want to your basically, if you're not SST registered, okay, not in the same group, you will be subject to 6% service tax. Okay, but you will not be able to charge this 6% service tax to your developer. You see where I'm coming from or not? Because you are not SST registered. That's why you don't have the B2B exemption. Okay, the benefit of B2B exemption is we push the service tax ultimately to the end user. Okay, so it's a bit like GST, but in a different format. Okay, yeah. Hopefully that answers your question. Noyati, yeah. So you have to be you have to register for different group, yeah. Okay. Leong Wenxin SQL. Okay. If you're using SQL, most likely the format is there already. Number one, you have to make sure you're SST registered. If you are exempted, you just put in the exempted amount. Yeah. Your SQL dealer should be able to help you lah, Leong Wenxin. Yeah. Okay. So hopefully that's okay. If you still need support, yeah, you can PM me later on. Okay. One must be registered SST person first before apply for SST exemption. Leong Feng Ming. Yes, the answer is yes. Okay. If we go back to here. Exemption from service tax payment, B2B exemption. Okay, both the provider and the recipient of the construction service are registered person. So if you're not a registered person, you are not entitled for B2B exemption. Okay, so Leong Fu Ming, hopefully that clarifies your question. Okay, how about JPKK project, government project need to charge SST for raw material and machinery rental 6 and 8%. Lee Suvan, construction, I think government no need. But for rental, I have not seen government. Wait, rental no government, yeah, at the moment. I don't see any government in here for rental. Uh, For rental, no government. So most likely, yes, even you rent machinery to government project is subject to uh 8% service tax. But depending on how you play around with your invoice, if you put it under construction for rental, then yes, maybe not subject to construction work service. So it's very important on the invoice, like you mentioned just now. Okay. How you structure your invoice is very important. Okay, always check. That's why you need to check with your tax consultant or your tax agent or to advise you on this. Yeah. Okay, where are we now? This woman. Okay, so which means both no need to charge SST. How about repair and maintenance for JPTK project? Suban, back to the question now, if you whether you build under construction work or not. Construction work, no service tax to government. Yeah, so you have to position your contract properly, your invoice properly in that sense. Yeah. Wait, Okay, Shuven, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, Lee Shuven. Yeah, the government, okay, exemption from service tax, payment of service tax on construction work service. But like I mentioned, because you most likely need to register. Why? Because you declare number one, with the government project and whatever commercial project you've done, definitely exceeded 1.5 million already one. Okay, so you need to declare the value of such construction work service as a service exempted from the service tax in column 2 of the SST02 return. Yeah. So you need to declare that in the return, okay, when you actually make the payment for service tax. Okay. So T1 road builder, we are automated assigned to which group when register, or we need to clarify by one. Yes, you self-assessment, yeah, T1 road builder, self-assessment. Okay. So therefore you need to engage a tax consultant, or you can reach out to us either way, okay, to basically do the impact assessment to assess which group you fall under. Okay. Of course, you can assess yourself. Back to the question, if you assess yourself, you assess wrongly, you undercharge service tax, you will be doing an audit, you will have to actually self-bear the service tax because you have not charged your client. Okay. We have customer that happened before that they self-categorize themselves and then self-categorize wrongly. Okay, they didn't charge service tax or sales tax, and then when custom audit come, they have to self-incur the sales tax and service tax. Okay. Chan Yue Ping, if we have project with higher education, government UC can recharge them SST. Back to the question, is a government UC government-linked company? They are not federal government. They are not state government. They are not local authorities. Then yes, they are subject to service tax. Okay. Chan Yue Ping. Yeah. Okay, but I haven't reached the threshold for category K, can register in advance. Yes, you can register in advance, no issue. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you never reach 1.5 million, you can definitely register in advance. Yeah, just on the safer side. Okay, KS Tan, developer company, main con company under same holding company, also subject to SST. Yes, subject to SST. Same company, same group also subject. Okay. So later teach how to register for SST. Sure, can. Yeah. We want to cover the main theory first because if I don't cover the main theory, I teach you all also no use because there's too many groups already. Okay, Naren, how about NSC? Do I impose? What is NSC, Naren? Yeah, you want to clarify right in full terms. Okay, calling in B2B exemption letter is according to the project or client, even different project but same client. Uh, Colin Yang, I suggest go by project because if you go by client, a bit confusing. Yeah, okay. Because if you have so many projects, I mean, either way is okay, but to be on the safer side, go by project lah. Okay, because you want to make sure that for that project is B2B exempted lah. Okay. Melvin think we are subcontractor. We provide manpower for service and maintenance, installation, rental machinery, fabrication to palm oil mill. They also consider GLC. So is it B2B? Uh, Okay, Melvin, you have to make sure that they register for this group because not necessarily palm oil mill will register for construction work service So your customer or your subcontractors, I don't know, maybe your subcontractors will register, but if they exceed 1.5 million if your subcontractors do not exceed 1.5 million, then no service tax so it depends on whether they exceed or not. Okay, Melvin. Nominated subcontractor. Lu Xiang, you want to add on or what do you mean? As a main contractor, who will determine whether construction contract is exempted or not? Because most of our projects are apartment, but maybe with few lots of shops within the high-rise project. Malini, we look at whether that is a commercial project, commercial title project, mixed development, or a residential project. Residential project means from ground up, okay, from the land, the base land to the whole building is all residential. No shopping mall, no shop lot or what. Okay. But like I mentioned, there's still a lot of gray area not clear. Okay, if you want clarification, number one, check with CIDB, okay, your association. Number two, as a group lah. Okay, number two, you can check with customs or you can check with your tax agent Most of the time, you need to get this clarification Okay, we are also doing similar clarifications for our clients as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Naren, if you are registered for service tax, yes, you will charge SST service tax to your subcontractors. Yeah. Even them, if they are registered for service tax, they will charge you as well. If you are the end consumer, you are using it for your own project, for your own personal consumption, yes, they will charge you service tax. Yeah, Naren. Yeah. iPhone government project, residential invoice, all normal invoice. Don't need choose code, right? Spot with the letter. Okay. By the way, invoice, guys, it's not normal invoice. Now we are in e-invoice era already. SST will be inside e-invoice. If you do not, number one, if you do not do e-invoice, you are non-compliant for e-invoice. Number two, if you charge wrong in the e-invoice, custom can also see it through the e-invoice. So you guys have to bear in mind, SST is no longer like your old days, how you do things. It is already in e-invoice. Custom and HDN have access to the e-invoice. Yeah, so very easy for them to check. AI can do it. They can check whether you apply for B2B exemption. Okay, they can check how much exemption you have received. They can also do a desk audit to say, oh, you have claimed so many exemptions, give me your B2B exemption letter. Okay, if you cannot furnish any B2B exemption letter, they will ask you to pay for the service tax. Okay, so that's as easy as that. Yeah. Okay. So if a commercial, we are sub, then invoice code there, choose exemption support letter 2. Classification code will be 022 under e-invoice. Yeah. iPhone. Yeah. Mixed construction work need to issue separate invoice to development, commercial, and residential. P&A management for mixed construction, too bad. No, cannot separate. It's all subject to 6% service tax. Yeah, you can get clarification, but what I understand is all subject to 6% service tax for mixed development because you have a shopping mall down there. Or Kim Siew, may I know what if we have charged our customer developer SST, but they didn't pay us after 2 months after our submission of no, no, no. OKC, you don't pay service tax on behalf of your client. Okay, you only pay the service tax when your client pay you the invoice. Yeah, so OKC, hopefully that answers your question. Okay, you only pay the service tax to custom when you collect the invoice amount with the service tax. Okay, clear? That's why we have this FAQ just now. Uh, Wait, where is this? There is one. I think this. Thought there was one with the 12 months one. Wait, oh yeah, found it. Okay, when and how should I account for service tax for progressive payment contract involving issuance of certificate related to work completed? Okay. So you can see here, okay, progressive payments, issuance certificate for work completed must be charged and accounted for at the time of payment received. If payment is not received within 12 months from the date of service was provided, you provided the service, you have issued the invoice, okay, but your customer has not paid you even up to 12 months, okay. So the service tax become due and must be paid on the day following the end of the 12-month period. By the 12-month period, if your customer still do not pay you, then you will pay for the service tax. Yeah. So that's therefore, we go on payment basis means that as and when your customer pay you, then you submit for service tax. Service tax return and payment must be submitted to customer every 2 months according to the prescribed taxable period. Different with logistic, not really. I mean, later we can open the logistic one. Sorry to bother you. What time lunch break? 12:30. Let's go for a lunch break now. Sorry, just overlook. Okay, let's go for a quick lunch break. We'll come back at 2:30 p.m. Okay, 2:30 p.m. All right. Lunch break is between 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. Okay, I'll see you guys after this, and then let's continue after that. Okay, let's go for lunch break, and then we come back again. All right, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. If you can hear me, type one in the chat box. If you can hear me, type one in the chat box. Welcome back. Hope you guys have a great lunch. Hopefully everyone don't fall asleep after lunch. Yeah, so give us a full attention. Okay, we have until 5 o'clock left with 2.5 hours. And we will try to cover as much as possible. Yeah. Okay, so back to rental and leasing. I think, wait, give me a second. Okay, for attendance, later we will take a group photo. But I guess for attendance, okay, because I think most of you, if you let's say you're claiming HRDF type 2 in the chat box, yeah. For most of you that are claiming HRDF, normally attendance is taken through your time in the Zoom meeting. So if you are in the Zoom meeting from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., then we will already have your record of your attendance. Of course, we will do liaising with your HR as well. Okay, at the same time, maybe later towards the end, I think we have about 165 participants. Before we end, we will take a quick group photo lah. Yeah, just for records purposes. Yeah. Okay. Then aside of that, I will leave to the admin. Later I'll double check with them if there's any info that they need from you all lah. Okay. All right. So double confirm if you can see my screen, you type two in the chat box. If you can see my screen, you type two in the chat box. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, since you guys can hear me clearly and you can see my screen, let's continue. Okay, so just now we were covering construction, yeah, because I think most of you are part of CIDB or even, you're in a EPCC category kind of service providers. Okay, so let's go in depth like accommodation, food and beverages, group B, and then group C, nightclubs, okay, group D, private clubs, group E, golf club, betting and gaming, professional skill, okay. So you can see in group G, we have legal services, A, legal services, B, legal services on Islamic matters, C, accountancy services, okay. Can't show my face. My NV is over version. Okay, never mind. I mean, for those of you who cannot see your face, never mind. But then later on, if you want, you can definitely dial in using Zoom lah. Using your mobile phone lah on the Zoom link. Okay. All types of surveying services, engineering services. Okay. Architectural services, consultancy services, all type of information technology services, all type of management services, digital services as well. Okay. A to J lah. Okay. Then you can see here E is engineering services lah. Okay. Then for H finance, okay, in the finance industry, I is others, J is logistic, okay. I includes what telecommunication, number three deleted, parking space, motor vehicle, service and repair, hire, drive car also removed, okay, advertising, electricity, air passenger transport, brokering, okay, underwriting, cleaning, healthcare, traditional and complementary medicine, and allied health lah. Okay. So and then L is construction work, and K is rental and leasing, then M is education. Okay, so these are a few new things that are being highlighted. Okay. So now let's go into rental and leasing. Okay. Some legislative amendments over here. So what is rental or leasing? Okay, rental or leasing means granting the right to use tangible asset from one party to another party for a period of time through an agreement, whether written or verbal lah. Okay, so it has to be in written or in verbal, either way. Okay, so taxable person, any person who provides rental or leasing. Okay, and taxable services, what are considered taxable services? Okay, which form part of rental and leasing except for provision of services, which is your housing accommodation, reading materials, okay, except for these, okay, rental and leasing of tangible asset located outside of Malaysia, out of Malaysia, okay, and then after that, what else? You still have your for leasing of tangible asset through a finance lease, okay, and then this is 1 million over here lah, okay. So exemption, B2B exemption, same concept, okay. Now we're talking about Group K for leasing, okay. So similarly, we look at item number 2, retention before SST can billing developer first. Yeah, you can, okay. P&A management Sdn Bhd, okay. You can charge the retention sum before the 1st July, okay, and then that will be not subject to service charge lah. Okay. But like I mentioned, any payment, right? If let's say normally before 1st July is okay. Anything after 1st July is subject to service tax because it's based on your invoice that you issue lah. Okay. So next will be person. Person basically specified in Group K. So, if this person is registered under Group K and then is their service exempted or not, the taxable service, okay, and then also the whether is this person registered, okay, are they providing a service provider and recipient are both registered under Group K, okay, and whether is it used for personal consumption. If it's not, then yes, you're entitled for B2B exemption. Okay. So over here, you can see, okay, taxable service are provision of all types of rental, leasing services of tangible assets, including any other service which form part of rental or leasing service. Okay, all types of rental and or leasing service, any other service which form part of the rental or leasing service. Okay, so you can see here, these are some of the types of rental and leasing service that we have over here. Number one would be, let me just zoom in. Okay. Number one would be your land, commercial building, office building, warehouse, hall spaces. Okay. It can be, a public hall as well. Okay. And then machinery, printing machines, manufacturing machines, okay, generators, bus hire, drive car, bicycle, truck, lorry, airplane, helicopter, boat, canoe, yacht. Okay. And then after that, small office, flexible office, small office, virtual office, or furniture, music equipment, electrical goods, household appliances, animal, plants, trees, and flowers. Yeah. So these are some of the examples that we have over here. Of course, back to just now, okay? If you fall under this rule, what will happen here also, any other service which form part of the rental or leasing service. Okay, if you can see over here, right, what does it show here? Additional complementary service that are bundled with the renting or leasing of tangible assets. Okay, what does it mean? If you rent a machine, okay, you will need someone to deliver it. You need someone to collect it, okay? So in this case, that collection and delivery cost will also be part of the calculation, okay? So that's where, you have to also make sure that you are already included that installation and setup, dismantling and decommissioning, technical support, insurance coverage, admin service, internet, Wi-Fi, telephony service, reception service, printing, scanning facility, concierge service, networking event, okay, and etc. So these are the services that will also bundle as part of Group K, okay, and then you will be charging a 8% service tax, okay. And over here, okay, if you can see here, exclusion of taxable service. Okay, so you have for rental or leasing of housing accommodation. Housing accommodation means what? Okay, refers to a residential building as described in the grant title. Okay, including small office, home office, service apartment, service condominium, service suite, and residential suite. So all commercial title will be taxable. You can see here the title, we follow the title. All residential title are not taxable. Okay, so we are not looking at the usage, whether this usage is for residential usage, whether it's for commercial usage. No. Okay, we look at the title itself. Okay. Then for rental or leasing of reading materials, similarly, reading materials are exempted. Okay. Then for rental or leasing of tangible assets located outside of Malaysia, for leasing of tangible assets through a finance lease. So finance lease, the asset risk is with the lessee, asset maintenance also with the lessee, transfer of ownership at the end, at the lease end period will also be with the lessee. Okay. So over here, exclusion of taxable service. Okay, we have like Soho, service apartment, flats, terrace house, affordable house. Okay. So for the purpose of Group K, the housing accommodation referred to in column 2 shall include small office, home office, service apartment, service condominium, service suite, and residential suite. Housing accommodation refers to a residential building as described in grant title, including small office, home office, service apartment, service condominium, and residential suite. Okay. So the exclusion of taxable service finance lease, financial lease, the definition over here is a lease contract whereby the lessor grants the lessee the right to use an asset in exchange for consideration over a long-term period. Okay, so asset owner will still be the ownership of the asset is transferred to the lessee. Okay, and then also the asset risk is with the lessee. Asset maintenance also is with the lessee. Okay, and then at the end of the lease term, the lessee owns the asset. Okay, so next, okay, what is the service tax rate for rental or leasing? Okay, so service tax rate, I think you all know lah, it's about 8%. It's at 8%, okay, for service tax rate for rental or leasing. Okay, so implications of this expansion of service tax scope. Okay, service rental space under item C, Group B, okay, has become a taxable service under Group K. Or the service of hire, drive car, charter bus, excursion bus service, okay, which is under Group I, now have become taxable service under Group K, or hire car service that were previously taxable under item Group I also will no longer be taxable service effective from 1st July 2025. Okay. So you can see over here, operators of public service vehicle or tourism vehicle, okay, who is licensed, okay, any person, hire car are no longer subject to service tax. Okay. So rental or leasing service subject to tax. So you have your rental or leasing, you have your operational lease, any other service which form part of the rental or leasing service. Yeah, so a lot of people think that, oh, I rent and lease only. No, actually that's including many other things. Okay, if you do rental and leasing, including maintenance, repair, or spare part supply, yes, that's subject to the service tax under rental and leasing as well. Okay, so tangible assets need to be located in Malaysia, okay, or there's also what we call imported taxable services that if you're importing it into Malaysia. So rental or leasing service acquired from a service provider outside Malaysia, or rental or leasing service for asset located in Malaysia to customer outside of Malaysia. Okay, so you can see over here, just now we covered number one, land, commercial building, office building, warehouses, okay, machinery, printing, okay, or even bus hire, drive truck, okay, airplane, okay, or even your boats, okay, yacht, and then small office, flexible office, small office, virtual office, okay, furniture, music equipment, electrical goods, household appliances, animals, plants, trees, and flowers. Okay. So what is not taxable? Okay, as long as the rental or leasing of tangible asset is located outside Malaysia, or rental or leasing of the housing accommodation, okay, between or within SA or DA, between SA or NDA, okay, or leasing of tangible asset through a finance lease, or rental or leasing a service of reading materials. Okay. Okay, service tax person exempted from payment of tax. Okay, so under this, okay, what we have over here is this is the person exempted okay. Basically, similarly, this is the B2B exemption okay. So this person, taxable person, has to be registered under Group G, and they have to be providing taxable services So when they are providing taxable services, they need to make sure that the taxable person exempted is also a registered person. So if they are a registered person, yes, then 2% would entitle for the B2B exemption. Okay. Yeah, this one we covered. Okay, so other exemptions by the Ministry of Finance has indicated the following exemptions would apply. Okay, tenants who are MSME with an annual revenue not exceeding 1 million. Okay, most likely there will be an exemption. Okay, this one we have to wait for the Gazette order as well. Group relief for leases within the same group of companies, okay, or transitional exemption until 30th June 2026 for non-renewable contracts. Okay, details of the three exemptions stated above are yet to be legislated and or announced. Okay. So operating lease, you can see here the difference between operating lease and finance lease. Okay. Operating lease, a contract where the lessor allows the lessee to use an asset in exchange for payment over a short period of time. Okay. Finance lease, whether is it ultimately you own the asset. Okay. So ownership for operating lease is still remain with the lessor. Okay. Asset risk is with the lessor. Asset maintenance is also the lessor. So ultimately, at the end of the lease period, like your normal rental, you will actually return the asset back to the lessor as well. Okay. So let's look at this case study. Okay. So wait, Okay, so let's look at this case study. So you have Mr. A that rents out two residential property. Okay, rents out two residential property at 25,000 per month each and two commercial property at 20,000 per month each. Okay, so whether Mr. X are required to register for service tax under Group K, what do you guys think? Yes or no? Yeah, yes or no? Okay, just take 2 times 25 times 12 months and then 2 times 25 times 20 times 12 months. What do you think? Okay, 1 million, right? So 2 times 20,000 times 12, okay, is 480,000. So the answer is no, yeah, for this one. Okay, and then for this, okay, for this, uh, so for this, you can see, okay, 5 commercial properties at 20,000. So 20,000 times 5 times 12 is 1.2 million. So Mr. A, even if he's an individual, he has already exceeded the 1 million threshold. He is subjected to register under Group K. Okay. And over here, okay, just now we mentioned, okay, taxable person is anyone who is providing rental or leasing services, okay, and then taxable service is all these are rental or leasing of housing accommodation or reading materials or a tangible asset located outside of Malaysia at 1 million, okay. So similarly, this one rent 5 short lots to company X at 50,000 ringgit per month, okay, each short lot. Okay, whether Mr. B is required to register or not, the answer is 3 million. The answer is yes, yeah, they are required to register for Group K. Okay. Okay, and then back to this similarly, okay, as long as they have exceeded 1 million, they are required to register. Okay, so you can see over here, A. Senya Berhad registered for service tax under rental and leasing, which is Group K. So rental of small office, home office at 20,000, okay, for Soho. Rental of Soho is regarded as housing accommodation excluded as a taxable service. Okay, whereas the other one is rental of small office, flexible office, 25,000. So 25,000 per month is 8%, additional 8% SST. So 25,000 times 8% equals to 2,000. Okay, so they have another additional 2,000 ringgit. Okay. Yeah, so you can see here, Soho, no service tax, and then Soho, small office, flexible office have service tax. Okay. So scenario one, company A to be registered under Group K, rental and leasing. Okay, so Company A rent 2 floors of office building to Company B at 90,000 per month. Okay, Company B, the consulting company, currently Group G, okay, registered. So they sublet 1 floor at 50,000 per month to Company C. Okay, and then similarly, okay, you have your scenario 2. Company A to be registered under Group K. Okay, haven't yet lah. Okay, so rent 4,000 ringgit square feet office space to Company B at 20,000 per month. Okay, currently, Group G registered no rental or lease income other than from Company C. So sublet 1,000 square feet space at 5,005 per month. Okay, so to Company C lah. Okay. So what happened here is, okay, company A apply in August and approve in September. Okay, so company B, new group of service registered start 1st July lah. Okay, so what happened after September? Company A will charge 8% on the 90,000. So they will charge 8% on the 90,000. Okay, and then there will be double taxation. Okay, so what happened here is company B, if they want to basically get the B2B exemption, they either, number one, they split the invoice or they split the contract into two lah. Means that 45K will be subject to 8%, and then another 45K will be subject to B2B exemption because they use half of the building. Okay. So that is where you need to bear in mind on the tenancy agreement contracts as well. Okay. Okay, so this one you can see rental and leasing over here lah. Okay, so far any questions? So far so good. If you have any questions, you can type in the chat box. Okay. Yeah, then so that we can get it answered as well. Later we will go back to some of your questions that you have left before lunch lah. Okay. So A Senyap Berhad, Malaysian incorporated company located in Kedah. Okay, rental of equipment located in Kedah. Okay, so they rent out the equipment to B Senyap Berhad as the machinery is located in Kedah at the time of rental. It is subject to what? Subject to service tax. Okay. Okay, so next will be what we have here is as the machine is located in Kedah at the time of rental, it is subject to service tax. So as long as it's within Malaysia, then it's subject to service tax. Then you have a scenario number 2, A Senyap Berhad rent out the equipment located in Thailand. So since the machine is located in Thailand at the time of rental, it is not subject to service tax. Okay, even though because it's outside of Malaysia. Okay. Okay, then next will be applicability of B2B exemption for equipment leasing lah. Okay, so you have company A, equipment hiring company registered under Group K, rental and leasing. Okay, and then you have hire of equipment in Malaysia, B2B exemption applies pursuant to item 8 of service tax. Okay, person exempted from tax order 2018. Okay, so company B also registered under Group K rental and leasing. Okay, therefore, company B will write an B2B exemption letter to company A lah, just for the records. Okay, and then of course, company B being the person that is also registered, they will also need to charge 8% service tax to the ultimate user, which is the industrial customer, which is company C. Okay, so they will need to charge 8% service tax for the hire of equipment. Okay. And then scenario 2, okay, for foreign service provider, okay, non-service tax registrant. So hire of equipment in Malaysia. So what happened here? Imported service tax. So company B will need to self-account for the 8% service tax unless further exemption lah. Okay, so equipment hiring company, okay, Group K also registered under Group K, and then after that, they will need to charge the 8% service tax to the company C. Okay. So next one will be subleasing. Okay, similarly, company A to be registered under Group K for rental and leasing. Okay, rent 4,000 ringgit square feet of shop lot to company B at 20,000 per month. Okay, So company B, restaurant currently group B registered, sublet 1,000 square feet for a drink booth at 5,005 per month. Okay. And this is where, even if you are in group B, okay, chances are you might also be on a cash or provision of any other group, include the group B lah. So even under group B is also 8% cash or provision. Yeah, so you can either be in group K or even group B as well for you to charge the 8% service tax. Okay. If the company does construction business mainly but do rent out a small piece of the company as rental, the main revenue is large, more than 1.5. Rental is just around few K per month. The rental need SST. Regent, I think back to the question now, whether does your rental income exceed 1 million or not? If it doesn't exceed 1 million, then no, you will not trigger this SST for this rental income lah. Yeah, so it really depends on your category of rental income. Does it in 1 year exceed 1.5 million or not? Okay. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Okay. Next, exemption by order published in the Gazette. Okay, so you have the taxable person, okay, specified in column 1, group K, okay, and then service exempted will be the taxable service, okay, and of course you have your taxable service referred in column 2 provided by a registered person. So similarly lah, okay, company E provide to company B provide to company C lah, okay, so end customer will be subject to 8% service tax from company B. But company B is the person being exempted. They will write a B2B exemption letter to company A so that they will exempt and A will not charge B service tax. Okay. So who is the person being exempted? Person in group K or leasing. Yeah. So you have to be in group K, rental or leasing lah. Okay. So what taxable service is being exempted? Taxable service in group K, rental or leasing lah. Okay. So how many conditions? 4 conditions. Okay. What are the 4 conditions? Taxable person referred to in column 2 is a registered person. Okay. The first person that is going to provide the service is a registered person. Taxable service referred in column 3 is provided by a registered person. It's provided by a registered person who is taxable person specified in column 1. And then taxable service referred to in column 3 is the same taxable service provided by the taxable person referred to in column 2. So taxable service referred in column 3 is provided for the purpose or sublet or sublease and it's not for personal consumption. So like I mentioned to you, it's always not for personal consumption one. Okay, who is responsible for these conditions? Responsibility of the person being exempted. You see that? So B will be the person that's responsible to write the B2B exemption letter to company A. So if they do not write, then you just charge them service tax, correct? But of course, they will say that they don't know how to write or they have not attended today's session and all. That's why you either redirect it to today's session or to us as well. Also can, yeah. Okay. So if our company under construction work, we rent scissor lift, crane, so this also will subject to SST. Yes, it will subject to SST if the scissor lift and crane company also rental income exceeds 1 million a year. Yeah, then including all the projects that work with lah. Okay, if all the projects they work with, the rental income is more than 1 million, yes, the invoice to you will subject to SST. Yeah, unless you are also under the same group. Okay, Zaidi, hopefully that answers your question. Okay, so who is person being exempted? Person in column 2, most of the time would be company B lah. Okay, so if not fails to comply with any condition, service tax shall be due and payable by the person being exempted lah. I mentioned to you, okay, if you never pay, okay, customs will come and also get it from you as well lah for the service tax. So is this the same? Let me just, yeah. or more or less the same. Okay. So service tax person exempted from payment of tax order. Even though company B is enjoying the exemption and responsible for all conditions, it is the responsibility of company A to issue the right invoice in accordance with regulation 10. So A also has responsible to issue the right invoice. Okay. So service tax regulation requirements, service provider responsibility, invoice requirement will be your name, address of the customer, service tax registration number, total service tax exempted lah. Okay, declaration in SST02. Okay, so back to just now, like you mentioned, okay, A and B, okay, A over here, okay, and then B over here. Okay, both of them are registered person. Okay, of course, the end customer do not need to be lah. Okay, so A, when they do any service rental, whether it's a crane, scissor lift, or what, to company B, okay, and if company B is also a registered person, then okay, this transaction is B2B exemption. Then after that, they will not be subject to service tax. But B have to write the B2B exemption letter to A. Okay, so we will charge the same service rental at 8% to the end customer. Okay. One provide start from threshold from when start have any specific date. Okay. By the way, for those of you who have not, Mu Xingyan, have you registered for SST before? If you have not registered for SST, starts from registration ends at 31st August 2025, and then you need to start from 1st September. Okay. And then for those who are already SST registered, by right, you need to add on your new group and then start on 1st July 2025. Okay. So over here, company A, okay, registered person in group K, rental and leasing, will also be issuing a B2B exemption to the company B because company B already write a letter to company A to inform that, hey, I do not, we are in the same group, okay, you do not need to charge me service tax, okay, B2B exemption. Same company C, also, they are also in the same group, so they will write a letter to company B to inform them that we are in the same group. Okay, then we are not subject to service tax. Okay, and then ultimately company C will be 8% service tax to the end customer. Okay. So over here, exemption, okay, if the taxable not qualify for exemption under item 8, okay, what happens if let's say you are company A and then this is company B, okay, so registered group person in group K, both also in group K lah, okay, but company B is using it for their own use because for own consumption no longer can do B2B exemption. Okay, so A would have to charge service tax to company B, even both of them in the same group. Okay. Not yet. Okay, so after class registered, can noted. So if the invoice refer to the service report which states services and installation in one service report, do we need to separate the charges for service and installation when issuing the invoice? Mazita, is better if you can separate lah, because anything that is lumped together, yes, I know when we do business, we do not want people to know how much is the total or the breakdown, right? Okay, so normally we clump it together, okay, but because of service tax, right, they want to know what is taxable service, what is non-taxable service, you need to split it out. Yeah, so Mazida, hopefully that answers your question. But back to the question, what is considered installation, what is considered your service also, because it could also even be together as well. Yeah, because like you can see just now the rental, this leasing, okay, if you lease a machine or what, you cannot be, just paying the money for leasing. Someone has to deliver it, someone has to install it and set up it. Yeah, so if you see over here, right, as long as it's part and parcel of this group K, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, group K, right? Yeah, group K. Okay, and it has all types of rental and leasing service and any other service which form part of the rental or leasing service. This whole amount here, let's say this is maybe 100,000. This installation is maybe 50,000. In total, 150,000 plus, okay, 8%. Okay, so that's the case. Do you have a template for how the company C should provide a letter to company B confirm they are registered in the same group and will be B2B exempted? I thought we shared the letter just now. Yeah. So okay, for you guys, the letter for B2B exemption was shared in the construction there. Okay, you can refer to page give me a second. Okay, you can refer to page 142. Yeah, you can refer to page 142. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you can refer to page 142. This one clearly shows you on the B2B exemption letter. Okay. Yeah. So whether is it from A to B, B to C, same exemption letter, you just change the company name only. Yeah, because it's between two parties only, A and B, B and C. Yeah, there's no three-party one. Lo Xinyan got teach how to register. God Xinyan, we will try to squeeze some time later at the end to teach you guys how to register lah. But I need to cover the main topics first. May I know Trust and Pearlin have sales tax? Okay, Mu Xinyan, yes, I'll come to this when it comes to the sales tax. You ask this question during sales tax again. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Ken, let's continue back. Yeah. Okay, so because of own consumption, you are not entitled to B2B exemption. Okay, non-compliance with service tax. Okay, what happens when lessee unable to sublet or sublease? This one also is an issue where you say you will sublet or you will sublease or you already rent from a landlord. Okay, and then by right, they need to charge you service tax or what. Okay, so the lessee, a person exempted from paying, is only eligible for the service tax exemption on the portion that can be sublet. In the case of no sublet in any month, the lessee, a person exempted from service tax, shall account for service tax and pay the service tax in accordance with his taxable periods. It means you need to self-account. Okay, so you can see here, company B has informed company A to not charge them service tax because they are eligible for B2B exemption. So company A did not charge service tax to company B based on the information provided by company B. So company B failed to sublet the sublease the premise. Okay, this company failed lah. Okay, so company shall account for the service tax and pay the service tax in accordance with its taxable period. Means that they didn't manage to sublet lah. Okay, so what happened here is service tax person exempted from payment of tax. Okay, so you have STR. Okay, and then you have an FGT. Okay, and then a newly registered person as of August 2025. Okay, the effective date of registration is 1st September, okay, 2025, the first taxable period for both STR and FGT, okay. So FGT rents a building from STR effective 1st July 2025, okay, with a monthly rental fee of 5 million. Okay, so for the purpose of sublet, STR does not charge service fee to FGT. Okay, so from 1st September as they qualify for B2B exemption. Okay, so however, FGT is unable to sublet the building until 31st December 2026. Okay. In the letter, got item 13, column 1, meaning what? Oh, okay. You mean B2B exemption letter? Okay, later we have a look. Okay, so however, FGT unable to sublet, so therefore FGT is required to self-account from service tax from 1st September to 31st December 2025. Okay, so later in 1st January 2026, they are only managed to sublet. Okay, so the amount of service tax payable by FGT is calculated as 5 million, okay, monthly rental times 8%. Okay, FGT must account for the SST return and pay 800,000, 2 months, okay, so they must account for the 2 months, which is 800,000 times 400,000 times 2 months for each taxable period until 31st December 2025. So from 1st January 2026 onwards, okay, the building has been sublet, okay, and FGT is no longer required to self-account for the service tax on the portion of the building that has been previously not occupied. Okay, this part clear? So far so good. If everyone so far so good, type 8 in the chat box. Okay, so far so good. Sendiri bayar service tax lah. Betul, betul. Because you tak boleh sublet. Okay. So you mainly in the letter got item 13. Let me just check later lah. Okay, we come back. Okay. So example one, providing sublet or sublease services. Okay, so you can see here, okay, B2B exemption because from 1st July to 31st December. Okay, but FGT is required to account for service tax in accordance with its taxable rate because they have not sublet it lah. So money rental charge at 5 million, service tax rate is at 5 million times 8%, which is 400,000. Service tax for 2 months is 400,000 times 2 is 800,000. So monthly sublet charges starts from 1st January 26. Okay. And then after that, 8,000 ringgit. Okay. And then service tax at 8 million. Okay. Times 8%. Okay. So service tax for 2 months from 640,000, okay, times 2, which is 1.28 million. Okay, so taxable period, okay, similarly, every 2 months, September and October, okay, so 800,000, then the service tax code, B2B XY, November 2025. Okay, then after that, this one, November, December, 800,000, okay, paid in January. Okay, and then after that, sublet, which is from 5 million to 8 million. Okay, so your 8 million, okay, will be basically subject to SST lah, 8%, okay, at 1.28 million, okay, for 2 months. Okay, so I think it's 8 million times 8%, yeah, which is 640,000 times 2, which is 1.28 million. Okay. Okay, good. All right. Then after that, okay, then January, February, okay, 1.28 million, okay, and then after that, total for B2B self account is 1.6 million, okay. So illustration is subject to approval of the registration date, okay, and the total value of service has been paid is not eligible for refund. So FGT is not required to account for service tax B2B from January 26 onwards once the property has been sublet or subleased. Okay. So over here, you can see, okay, taxable period September to October, we do a calculation over here, okay, and then 400,000, 2 months is 800,000. So taxable period September and October, 800,000. Then you need to submit the SST return by November 2025 lah, okay. So you can see here, this is maklumat untuk perkhidmatan service. Okay, so you can see here, sewaan atau pajakan, 8%, okay, at 10 million lah. Okay, so this is an example over here. Okay, so you can see here that this is basically, okay, perkhidmatan bercukai selain dari bulan H, okay, then 10 million, and then after that nilai cukai kena is 800,000 lah. Okay, over here similarly 800,000, 800,000. Okay, so this taxable period for January to February, just now is September to October, if this is the period that they cannot sublet. Okay, now this is the period that they can sublet. So the period that they can sublet, the monthly sublet charges is at 8 million. Okay. And then after that, 8 million, then your January to February will be at 16 million. Okay. So total lah. Wait. Oh no, 2 months is at 16 million monthly rental. Okay. So 16 million times 8% is at 1.28 million lah. Okay. So that's where the SST form submission due is on 31st March 2026. Okay. So service tax person exempted from payment of order 2018, providing partial sublet or sublease. So company A, company B is a registered person starting from 1st September 2025. So starting from 1st July 25, company A rents its 10-story building to company B with 200,000 a month, okay, rental fee. Okay, so 3 floors will be used by company B and renting out other 7 floors. So company A will charge service tax to company B on 3 floors and the balance are eligible for B2B exemption, assuming the other conditions fulfilled. However, up until end of October 2025, company B failed to rent out all remaining 7 floors. So company B need to self-account and pay the 8% service tax for the 2 months. As company B only managed to rent out all remaining 7 floors as starting 1st November 2025 with a rental fee of 220,000 per month. So company B shall charge service tax to its customers starting 1st November 2025, and company B no longer need to self-account service tax. So exemption under power of minister, you have your federal and state government, local authority exemption from charging and paying service tax. Okay. So B2B exemption for subleasing, okay, B2B exemption refers to specific provision that allows key point, scope of exemption. B2B exemption typically applies to service rendered between registered business. So this means that the transaction may be exempt from tax if both the service provider and recipient are registered for service tax in the same group. Okay, so types of services, common service that may qualify for B2B include professional service, consultancy, rental or leasing service, and other business-related services. Okay, however, the specific services eligible for exemption can vary lah. Okay, so documentation and requirement to claim the B2B exemption, business must maintain proper documentation, include invoice and contracts to demonstrate that both parties are registered, that the service provided fall under exempt category lah. Okay. So regulatory updates, businesses need to be updated lah on the latest update. So conclusion. Okay, Malaysian service tax allows certain taxable service provided between business to be exempted from service tax under specific condition. This exemption is applicable when both service provider and recipient are registered for service tax and the services fall within the same category, taxable category. So businesses must maintain proper documentation such as invoice and contracts to qualify for the exemption. So businesses should consult the Royal Malaysia Customs or professional tax advisor for the most accurate and updated information. Okay, so Tay Bee Hong say, may I know whether SST should be paid to the government only after we receive payment from the customer or the time we issue the invoice? Only when you receive, yeah. Also, will you be teaching us how to submit the SST in the system? Okay, I'll teach you how to register for submitting the SST in the system. Actually, there are quite a lot of tutorials. I try to see later when we have some time or when we have break, I can see if there are any links that I can show you how to submit. Yeah, I'll give you guys the link lah. Yeah, because it's not too difficult. I think first is like back to the question whether you guys have accounting software that is SST compliance. Yeah, so because you're already at 1.5 million, buying an accounting software is not expensive lah, okay? And making sure that your accounting software is up to date is also very crucial for your business sustainability lah. Okay, so your accounting software, whether AutoCount or SQL, should be able to generate a SST return to let you know how much SST you need to pay. Yeah, so that's where back to the question whether your system is SST ready or not. And then are you SST registered? If yes, have you updated in the system or not? Okay, once you update in the system, then later you can do the payment and all. Later we'll show you. I think there are some slides in here on the payment. Okay, so providing sublet or sublease, MOW Senyap Berhad owns a shopping complex and lease commercial retail space to STW Enterprise. So both MOW Senyap Berhad and STW Enterprise are registered person under Group K. STW Enterprise, with the consent of MOW, subsequently sublease, okay, the commercial space to GRX Enterprise. The leasing service are subject to service tax. Okay. However, the sublease arrangement between MOW, okay, and STW Enterprise qualify for B2B exception facility as it fulfills the condition under service tax. Meanwhile, the leasing service provided by STW to GRX Enterprise remains subject to service tax. Okay, so let's look at the next part. Okay, we go into financial services on a very high level basis, and then I just cover more on the key topics that you guys are interested lah. Okay, similarly for financial services, they have basically a few categories over here. Taxable person could be any person regulated by Bank Negara Malaysia, credit card charge fee, which is 25 ringgit service tax. Any person who is regulated by Bank Negara, okay, or Labuan FSA, okay, insurance, takafu and all, okay, or financial service that charge a fee, commission, or similar payment, okay. that are subject to service tax. So exclusion applies to basic banking service relating to goods, land, and metal outside Malaysia. So any person excluding person three, specified under person three, okay, financial services including financial leasing, factoring, trade financing, credit facility, or Sharia compliant lah. Similarly, B2B exemption, same concept lah, have to be in the same group in order for you to enjoy the B2B exemption. Okay, so over here we have what we call the JP Leasing Sdn Bhd. Finance lease 5 machines. Okay, means that they borrow a loan to TFK Manufacturing Sdn Bhd. Okay, finance lease 5 machines. Okay, monthly lease payment is 15,000. Lease setup is 2,000 one off. Interest rate is 5% per annum lah, and total financing charges are 50,000. So late payment fee is 100 ringgit. So only lease setup fee of 2,000 ringgit is subject to service tax under Group H. So, which is finance category, finance industry. Okay, so interest-based payment and payment which is punitive in nature are not payment of for a taxable service. Okay, so what financial services are now taxable under Malaysia SST? Okay, let's have a look. Okay, taxable investment advisory and financial planning. Okay, fee. Fund management SST applies to management fee. Okay, corporate finance and underwriting include debt capital market services. Reinsurance now include in the taxable service, outward remittance. Okay, and then credit card charges. Okay, imported financial services, consultancy services, advisory, safe depository, outsourced IT, and non-core services. Okay. And what is non-taxable? Okay, your loan interest, your Islamic profit, your trading spreads, okay, your FX margin, your saving and current account services, okay, include maintenance fee, deposit, withdrawals, okay, ATM, debit card, okay, issuance of e-wallet, payment gateway fees, okay, MDR intercharge, okay, brokerage on Bursa listed shares trades, Bursa Suk Al Sila, okay, Sharia compliant transaction, remittance services via MS fees or non-fee bundle, okay, wakalah fees integral in Islamic finance, okay, or services related to overseas goods or assets, okay. So, Labuan Financial Services, services acquired by a Labuan licensed entity, okay, and used for regulatory financial services under Labuan law, lah, okay, exempt under paragraph 54A, must directly tied to Labuan regulated activities. Okay, and then over here, this is exempt tax. Then imported service used in Labuan or Labuan regulated purpose or service provider by a Labuan entity to a foreign customer export. Okay, and then service provided by a Labuan entity to a Malaysian customer treated as a domestic service and taxed accordingly 8%. So service acquired for general admin, okay, support and unrelated business, okay, also 8% tax. Okay, so yeah, so now it's doubled from 500,000 to 1 million. Okay. So registration is facilitated via this My SST platform. Let me just open and have a look. Okay. So let me just copy this link to you all. Yeah. Okay, so if you can see my screen on the website, type 1 in the chat box. Yeah. Okay. So you have 3 categories over here: sales tax, service tax, and non-registrant imported services. Yeah, since you guys quite eager to know more, so we just quickly go in. So application for service tax over here, you can see if you have any GST registration number, you put in tourism tax as well. Okay. Income tax reference number. If you have any custom audit reference number, okay, and then what business are you belong to? Whether is it whether it's, let me see if there's an English. No, there's no English. Yeah, so what business are you? Is it sole proprietor, private limited, Sdn Bhd? Okay, so you pick. Okay, After you're done picking, okay, this one is you put your business registration number, your name of business, your address, okay, and yeah, postcode, okay, and details over here, okay, and then what's the item and tariff code? So you go here and then you click which group are you from? Okay, let's say you are construction work, okay, and then you search, okay, then yeah, it can be construction work service or you have other things, okay. So you have other category, then you search. All right. Then after once you done that, then you put in your tariff remark or what lah, okay, and then you save. And then you have that. Okay, so you can put as many. Let's say, oh, you say I want to register for rental and leasing also. Then I search. Then rental and leasing. Yeah. Then save. See, I can have two different groups over here. Okay. And then let's say you say that, oh, I'm also group G, professional services. Okay, then I search. There's so many over here. Okay, so you can see lah. Let's say I'm in where's maintenance and repair. Okay, and then after that I save do maintenance and repair, and then after that I save group G. Okay, professional engineer. Okay. So far, so good. If can follow type, I have registered for service tax, but until now, no record found in the system. Okay. If no record found, drop an email to custom and then to do the follow up lah. Okay. When you start your business, when you provide this service, when you already achieve the tax threshold, what's your threshold at the moment? Okay. What's your financial year end and all. Okay. So for no Afzan, if you have not received your service tax number, when do you apply? Do you apply like yesterday or what? It gives them some time. Yeah. Let me just check. Yeah, you can see even here you can see like what are the details, what are taxable services, like engineer one a bit weird lah, huh? This one you have to see in the guide lah, huh? Okay. 12/8. Oh, okay, quite long already. Registration status. Have you checked your registration status from here? Put in your number. What's the status? Not found, okay. I suggest you to drop an email to this email, ccc@custom.gov.my. Okay. If you have a record of your previous submission, that's why it's always best to keep a record. Or you can just furnish them your business registration number and your tax ID. Say that you already registered for what group. When can you get your SST number? Okay. So hopefully that helps you, Nor Afsan. Yeah. So sometimes, yes, custom can be quite busy one. And then maybe your registration was overlooked or what lah. Yeah. By right it should be automated, but then you just drop them an email lah, or you can give them a call if you want to. Yeah. Copy this into the chat. But normally they are quite responsive on email lah. Yeah, so a few times we also drop them email, whether LHDN or customs, they are quite responsive on email one. Okay, so And also email has records. So if they didn't reply you, you can follow up. Okay. So stylo senyap berhad ID consultant subject to SST. We doing construction as well. Yes, if you are doing construction, you are subject to SST. Let me just go back to the slide for construction. Let's look at the definition over here. Okay. Construction work is defined as construction, extension, installation, repair, renewal, removal, renovation. Okay, so interior design consultant falls under renovation. Okay, so if you are doing renovations for F&B, restaurants, commercial offices, then yes, you are subject to 6% service tax if your total value of taxable service exceeds 1.5 million. Yeah, so Istalo, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah. So normally we look at the word by word where you fall under. Okay. All right. If answer your question, give me a okay. Yeah. And then some of you ask the SST return, right? Uh,
Subscribe our YouTube channel, follow our Facebook, visit our website.
To the ID to form make UL will.
okay. Let me see. I'll show you guys quick one. This is from SQL. Yeah, so if you are basically using SQL, then you can have a quick look. Okay, and then of course this is also the manual for return and payment. Let me just see. Yes. Can I explain again? My line not okay just now. Okay, can. Yeah, quick one. Okay. So e-stylo basically installation, repair, renewal, removal, and renovation. Interior design normally fall under extension and renovation. Yeah, or alteration. Okay. So if you're doing any of these or installation or repair, okay, it's fall under construction work. So yes, you are subject to 6%. Not subject. You will need to be charging 6% service tax to your customers. If your total value of taxable service exceed 1.5 million. Yeah. Okay. Is Stylo? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I also attached the my SST user manual return, like how can you fill up your details over here and how much you need to pay over here as well. There's a manual return guide over here. It's quite long. So you guys can look at it at your own pace. But I want to show you this one. If you're using SQL or AutoCount, which we are dealers. So if you are interested, basically you can use the system, and I will show you like how does the system do it lah.
And click on process.
You all can hear the video, right? May I know what is the difference of sales tax and service tax? Okay. We will go into sales tax shortly. Yeah. Give me a second. We cover service tax first. Sales tax is for manufacturing, mainly for manufacturing. Okay. And then importation of goods and raw materials. Okay. Service tax is for service industry, mainly service industry, which all the groups that we have over here. Okay. So, okay, let me just go into, since you brought up this quite crucial question. Okay, service tax, you can see here, accommodation service, food and beverage service, private club, nightclub, dance hall, club. Okay, all these are service. Betting and gaming, professional skill, credit card, finance services, logistic, all these are service. Rental, leasing, okay, education, all these are service categories. Okay, so all these from group A to M are services. That's why this is called service charge, okay, or service tax. Okay. Whereas if you look at sales tax, okay, sales tax, what we mentioned is normally overview of sales tax. We have two categories: standard rate 10%, reduced rate 5%. Okay, so sales tax is imposed on what? Number one, taxable goods manufactured locally by a registered manufacturer, or number two, taxable goods imported into Malaysia by any person. These two, then you have sales tax already. Okay, so G, hopefully that clarifies your question. How about ID consultants charge only? Is it subject to SST? Okay, IT consultants, interior design consultant, if you do design work only, what I understand is it's fall under group G. Okay, group G. Okay, whether it can be under surveying or even management service or consultancy service or architectural service or engineering. You see, one of it, you have to go in and see, you have to double check with your tax agent. Yeah. Of course, if you need help, you can reach out to us to consult you lah. Yeah. Yeah. Because now short time, I can't really cover everything because there's so many categories and businesses on the line right now. Yeah. We have 170 participants over here. Okay. So I need to continue. Yeah. Okay. And then if we leave some of the Q&A towards the end as well lah. Okay. So just now we are at financial services. Okay, now we go into education service. Okay, so for education service, okay, what we have here is all private educational institution registered under Education Act is subject to service tax, except special school. Okay, so tax applies to service offered at preschool, primary, lower secondary, upper secondary. Student is charged more than 60,000 in total per academic year. Okay, service tax applies regardless of the nationality of the student. Threshold is assessed per student per academic year and covers all types of fees. Okay, not just tuition. Okay, except for limited exclusion like overseas study tours. There is no minimum registration threshold. Means if you are a private educational institution, you need to register for service tax. Okay, an institution must register for service tax even if only one student crosses the 60,000 mark. Okay, an exemption is available for service provided to OKU cardholders who are Malaysian citizens. Okay, that's for private education from high school to primary, preschool, primary school, lower secondary, upper secondary, and post-secondary. Okay, higher education, okay, will be your foundation, diploma, degree, master's, PhD. Okay, only service provided to non-citizens, which is non-Malaysians, okay, are subject to service tax in the case of higher education institution and language center. So service tax applies to who, regardless of the fee amount charged to foreign students. Since there is no registration threshold, institution must register for what? Service tax, even if they have only one foreign students. Yeah. So if you are running certain education business, this is something you need to take note as well. Okay. Okay. So this is a case study. Okay. So the case study shows you grade 4, which the total fee for academic year for 2025 to 2026. Grade 4 students is at 57,000. Grade 5 students is at 63,000. So if you look at example 3 over here, okay, the school charged a fee of 19,047, okay, 4,705 per month, totaling at 57,000, and charges fees of 21,000 per semester and 5,250 for grade 5, which totals at 63,000. Therefore, grade 5 students enrolling for the 2025 and 2026 academic year are subject to service tax. and JKL private school needs to register as a taxable person. Okay, and then in example 4, a grade 5 student entered JKL private school in semester 2 and was charged 42,000. Okay, so even they are grade 5, you see, charged at 42,000 for joining only in semester 2. You can see here, JKL private school should impose service tax on Ali's tuition fee because the education service for grade 5 students for that academic year total is 63,000. So even though your invoice is less than 60,000, you are still subject to service tax. You see over here, not? There's a catch over here. So don't be surprised if your student or your kids go into the academic year later and then they are still subject to service tax, even though the amount is less than 63,000 or 60,000. Okay, so these are some examples. Okay, so even for sponsorship, yes, there will also be service tax as well, lah. Okay, whether this one a scholarship as well, healthcare service. Okay, so I'm sure some of you here also have healthcare benefits for your employees or even for your staff and all, because you guys are in the field or they are in the field, right? So there might be risks. Okay, so what we have over here is we have healthcare service provided by any person, okay, registered or licensed under the Private Healthcare Facility and Service Act 1998. Okay, traditional and complementary medicine services provided by any provider or operator other than those under private healthcare facility, allied health services, inclusive of physiotherapy, nutrition, clinical psychology, okay, speech language therapy, radiation therapy, and so on, okay, audiology, okay, and then what else? Dietetics, anthropology, physiotherapy, physics, medicine, nutrition, okay. All these are subject to service tax as well. Okay, so registration threshold 1.5 million per annum. Okay, so same goes for B2B exemption. Yeah, for any service tax, you are entitled for B2B exemption. So just that you have to make sure that all parties that are wanted to benefit from a B2B exemption have to be registered under the same service tax. Okay, so example of taxable service, Royal Malaysia Customs, private healthcare service dated 9 June 2025. Okay, over here you can see any medical, dental, nursing, midwifery, allied health, pharmacy, and ambulance service provided by healthcare professionals, accommodation for the purpose of providing healthcare service, any service for screening, diagnosis, or treatment of person who is suffering from or believed to be suffering from any disease, injury, or disability of mind or body, any service for preventive or promotive health purposes, any service provided by a para-healthcare professional, any consultation fee provided by any healthcare professional and registered medical practitioner, any service for curing, elevating abnormal condition of human body, apparatus and equipment, any food provided and healthcare or mortuary. Okay. So, but how, I think, long story short, actually not affecting Malaysians. Yeah. So for basically hospital healthcare will only charge service tax on the basically non-Malaysia citizen on the non-Malaysia citizen. Yeah. But the registration threshold, we will look at the total combined sales with the annual sales to Malaysia citizen, okay, plus the annual sales to non-Malaysia citizen. Okay. Same goes for language center lah. Okay. So okay, I guess we take a short 15 minutes break first. Now it's already 3:48. We take a short break and then after that, later we continue shortly. Okay? Teacher registration part done now. Registration part done now, as in you asked whether I teach already. Yeah, just now we did cover the registration part. Any questions you have? I think I sent the link in the chat box already. This, right? As long as you isi your maklumat, the date, and then you click saya mengakui, and then you put all these, okay, and that should be registered already. Yeah. You mean you done already, or you ask me whether have I done teaching, Lo Xin Yan? You If you done register, you type 1. You haven't done, you type 2. Or done teaching. Yeah, done teaching already. Yes, yes. It's not too difficult. Yeah, guys. It's not too difficult. Yeah, yeah. Because I don't have your details, so I won't fill up. Okay. So there's 3 options over here. New registration. Okay. If you want to make payment, you go here. Return and payment. Of course, you need to get your SST system login ID lah. Okay. So exemptions. And then new registration. If let's say you have sales tax, if you're a manufacturer, you register over here as well. So if you have imported services, yeah, so for any imported services, similarly lah, you just put in your details and then you register for imported services. If partnership same too, yeah, yes, yes, partnership same also. Partnership, Senya Berhad, all same. Yes, you can choose which penegakan you are. There's a partnership rakan kongsi here. Okay, so I'll put this in the chat box. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a quick 15 minutes break because later we will not have time for break already. So we take a short break and then after that we continue again. Hello, welcome back. If you can hear me, type 1 in the chat box. If you can hear me, type 1 in the chat box, yeah? Okay, so I'll see some of your questions, but I'll answer the questions later. At least just now I went out. Okay, yeah, guys, if you can, don't move up and down lah, huh? Okay. Okay. I'll answer some of the questions shortly, and then once we cover this stuff. Okay. So basically for traditional and complementary centers, TCM or what? Okay. As long as your annual sales to Malaysia citizens 4 million, and then non-Malaysia citizen 500,000, total 4.5 million, you must register for service tax. Okay. However, service tax only imposed on service portion to the non-Malaysia citizen. Based on the current law, it appears that the service portion to Malaysia citizen is required to be declared under column 18C of SST02 return, okay, value of exempted taxable services and meet the invoice layout requirement. Okay. Then you have your language center. Okay, language center at how much? At 4 million. Okay, at 500,000, 4.5 million must register for service tax under item 3, okay, group M, as a portion of service tax to non-Malaysian citizen, 500,000 is above the registration threshold of new lah. So to impose service tax only on service portion to non-Malaysian citizen, service portion to non-Malaysian citizen does not have to be reported under column 18C or meet any invoice layout requirement for service tax purposes. Okay. Okay. So beauty service. Okay, beauty service, you have your personal care, beauty service, wellness center, massage parlor have been subject to service tax since 2018. So based on the industry guide issued by Royal Malaysia Custom on 9 June 2025, beauty service in scope for service tax that includes what? Your hydrotherapy, body slimming, okay, all these currently facial hair grooming, fingernail, sauna, herbal milk, floral bath, tattooing, spa, all these currently being removed lah. Okay, it means that it's no longer taxable because at this moment someone maybe not happy for having service tax on their spa and all lah. Okay, so sales tax. Okay, let's go into sales tax. Okay, yeah, let's go into sales tax. Okay, so for sales tax, over here you can see that sales tax is imposed on taxable goods manufactured locally or taxables imported into Malaysia by any person. Okay, rate of sales tax will be standard at 10% or reduced at 5%. Okay, and then after that, what else? Ad valorem specific rate. Okay, and also imported goods are subject to sales tax at the point of entry into Malaysia upon custom clearance. So just now some of you asked, okay, when should I pay sales tax? You pay sales tax when you are a manufacturer, okay, where not pay lah, you charge sales tax when you are a manufacturer, or you are bringing in taxable goods imported into Malaysia by any person. Yeah, so just now I think one of you are asking the question on whether that item is sales tax or not, subject to sales tax or not. And imported goods are subject to sales tax at the point of entry into Malaysia upon custom clearance. Okay. Then late payment penalty will be 10% for delay 1 to 30%. Okay, additional 15% for 31 to 60 days, total 25%. Okay, or last 15% for delay beyond 60 days. Okay. So what's the definition of manufacturer? Okay, the definition of manufacturer under Sales Tax Act, sales tax shall be charged and levied on all taxable goods manufactured in Malaysia by a registered manufacturer and sold or used or disposed by him imported into Malaysia. So taxable person means a registered manufacturer or manufacturer who is liable to be registered with a sales value exceeding 500,000 within 12 months. So a manufacturer means that the conversion of manual, mechanical, organic or inorganic material into a new product, okay, changing the size, the shape, the composition, the nature, the quality of such material, and include the assembly of parts into a piece of machinery or other products, but does not include installation of machinery, equipment by the purpose of construction. Okay, so what has changed over here? You can see in the PUA 17025 sales tax rate of tax and 171/25 sales tax. Okay, up to 30th June 2025, okay, there's in total 11,442 HS code. Okay, and previously the exempted HS code is 5,130 HS code items, which is at 45% of 11,000. Okay, now effective 1st July 2025, the exempted HS code is 1,812 HS code, which is 16%, a drastic cut of almost 30%. Okay, so who are direct impacted? The manufacturers, the importers. The indirect impact will be your distributors, retailers, exporters, service providers, construction, okay, property developers, and consumers. So these are the ones that will be indirectly impacted. Yeah, so you can see the significant change over here from 45% exempted to only 16% exempted. Okay, so these are something that we already touched on just now. Okay, and a tax to be known as sales tax shall be charged on all taxable goods, whether manufactured, imported into Malaysia by any person, or is not charged on if the person is exempted, goods listed under sales tax goods exempted order, okay, or manufacturing activities were exempted by Minister of Finance. Okay. So determination of value of taxable goods on imposition. So you have a dropship raw material listed as exempt goods for sales tax purposes. Okay, you also have a toll manufacturer, which is TM Senyap Berhad. You have a P Senyap Berhad, which is a principal. So TM Senyap Berhad charges a service fee at 35 ringgit to P Senyap Berhad. And the billing of raw material is at $40. Okay, so up to 30th June 2025, this is exempted goods. Okay, so the sale of finished goods is at 100 ringgit to D Senyap Berhad. Okay, so previously exempted. Okay, then from 1st July 2025 is taxable goods. This is where the sale of finished goods from P Senyap Berhad to D Senyap Berhad will subject to 10% or 5% sales tax. Okay. So next, okay, exemption, sales tax exemption. Okay, this sales tax exemption also, it depends on the feature, where are you at. Okay, any registered manufacturer, goods exempted will be like your raw materials, components, manufacturing aids, clean room equipment, packing or packing materials, exclude petroleum. Condition, the goods are approved by Director General. Next, in the case of manufacturing aid and clean room, the goods may be specified by Director General. The goods are imported, purchased from another registered manufacturer, or the goods should be used in the manufacturing of finished goods or taxable goods. One of the person mentioned in column 2. Okay, or both taxable and exempted goods of the person. Okay, so features of manufacturing aids, goods used directly in the manufacturing process, comes into physical contact with the finished goods being manufactured. Okay, and does not form part of the finished goods. Goods are not directly used in the manufacturing process. Okay. So over here, you can see acquisition of taxable production equipment. Okay, so sales tax registrant, sale of equipment, machinery to LMW license, apply sales tax exception via LMW. Okay, scenario number 2, sales tax registrant, free zone bonded warehouse LMW, sale equipment manufacturer in PCA, who is the sales tax registrant. Okay, so apply sales tax exemption via LMW. Okay, exempted. Okay, so then after that, sales tax registrant, okay, manufacturer in PCA, not sales tax registered. Then sales of equipment and manufacturer machinery parts, assess additional cost of impact, no exemption applicable. So you can see the difference over here, whether when you need to charge sales tax, when you do not need. Okay. Then export of goods similarly, okay, anything that is export, okay, will also not subject to sales tax because government want to encourage export, right? So registered for sales tax, you sell a copper, exporter, export of copper to a foreign company. Yeah, so if you register for sales tax and then you sell of copper, resale of copper, and then you export of copper similarly, will not subject to sales tax because of the A57 exemption. Okay. So sales tax transitional matter. Sales tax shall be imposed at new sales tax rate if the invoice is issued on or after 1st July 2025 for taxable goods manufactured by a registered manufacturer. So billing issued on 28 August, goods delivered on 28 August, payment received in November. So manufacturer is currently not registered for sales tax. goods manufacturers are currently exempted in sales tax prior to 1st July. So the goods are listed as taxable 5% effective from 1st July. So we have to see if, let's say, from 1st July onwards, my goods are subject to basically sales tax, then I will need to charge up. Okay. So before exemption and after exemption, so you can see here, before exemption, your raw material supplier exempted raw material, no sales tax. So when you import to Sdn Bhd, no sales tax. Okay. Then up to 30th June, exempted finished goods for local sale, not subject to sales tax. Okay. Then after that, over here, taxable raw materials, sales tax paid, okay, incorporated in exempted for finished goods for local sale, exempted under item 4, okay. Now it becomes taxable raw material. So A Sdn Bhd, manufacturer, not sales tax registered, up to 30th June, exempted finished goods for export, not subject to sales tax, okay. So all of A Sdn Bhd finished goods becomes taxable goods effective from 1st July 2025. So previously it was not subject to sales tax. Now, after 1st July 2025, they are subject to sales tax for the items that they sell. Okay. So the flow of, let me just this. Okay, so the flow of sales tax, right? If you can see from here is you have raw materials, okay, and then you will not charge sales tax because it's a registered manufacturer, not required to pay sales tax on raw material that are imported on purchase from other registered manufacturer lah. So registered manufacturer will do the manufacturing process and then create a taxable finished goods. So sales tax is only imposed only once on the taxable finished goods sold to the wholesaler. Okay, so this guy over here, he will be subject to sales tax for the finished goods that he brought in. Then, of course, the wholesaler will not charge sales tax to the retailer will not charge sales tax to the consumer. But normally, you understand the cost is already built in already lah. Okay. Okay, so penjelasan cukai jualan barang kemas, perhiasan diri, and rumah. Okay, so for all these go, okay, so let's say example, your personal jewelry, items like ring, bracelet, necklace, pendants, and other personal ornament made of gold or silver are not subject to sales tax, okay? Not subject to sales tax, okay? Whereas household decorative items under tariff code, okay, 7114, item like the Paksiri seats, okay, sets, door handles, plates, bowls, and other household decoration made of gold or silver are subject to 5% sales tax. Okay. Misconception, any claim stating that all gold jewelry is subject to sales tax is false and misleading. Okay. And then what else? For verified, okay, this one you can have a look. Okay. Okay, so over here, maybe I'll just zoom in. Okay. So over here, if you can see, okay, what are barangan berkada that is still at 0% lah. Okay, barangan belum diproses, things that are not processed like your ayam, lembu, kambing, fish, sotong, sayur, and then your beras, barley, oat, and gandum lah. Okay, and then your barang yang telah diproses, okay, what has been processed is still at 0%. Okay, which is your tepung, sardin, dalam tin, gula, your sugar, your garam, okay, your roti putih, your pasta, your bihun, your mie, your susu, Milo, Vico, Nestem, minyak masak, ubat penanti perubatan, okay, or buku, jurnal, surat khabar, makanan ternakan, okay, bahan asas pembinaan like your semen, batu, pasir, baja, racun, jentera pertanian lah, okay, all these, okay. Barangan berkadar 5%. Kekal pada kadar 5%. Your abalone, lobster, quinoa, keju, jam, buah-buahan, telefon pintar still at 5%. Okay. Then what is already dinaikkan ke kadar 5%? Your king crab, your salmon, your cod, those that likes to eat salmon and cod one. Okay. Cendawan truffle, your strawberry import, your essential oil, your silk, sutera. Okay. Then barangan berkadar 10%. Okay, what is has gone up to 10%? Kekal pada kadar 10%. Kaviar, sirip ikan hiu, minuman beralkohol, rokok cerut, barangan berkulit. Okay, contoh barangan dinaikkan ke kadar 10%. Sisa scrap tungsten, basikal lumba, lukisan tangan antik. All these are. Okay, so these are the one that for sales tax are being increased. Okay. Okay, and then back to here, okay, 4 types of imported fruits are now, not subject to sales tax, like your apple, oranges, mandarin oranges, and dates, okay, and also local fruits as well, okay. So apparently, apple and oranges are important in people's daily lives, so maybe an apple a day keeps the doctor away, right? So that's why apple is so important, okay. So okay, so maybe I think most of you here belong to construction, so I won't touch so much on sales tax, yeah, just to give you on a high level basis what sales tax will cover. Okay, but I think some of you here might have some questions on sales tax, yeah. So maybe if you have any questions on sales tax, you can ask in the chat box, or I can scroll up just now. Okay, so Lee Beng Soon say, can we confirm that same group but different group subgroup SST need to change, if not end user got varying answer. Charge if not end user got varying answer. Oh, okay. As long as if you are in the same group, okay, and then okay, and then back to the just now, if it's in the same group and then if you are providing the same service, then can already. Yeah. So just make sure that number one, you have to be SST registered. Sales service tax registered or sales tax registered is two different things. Okay. A lot of people confuse that SST is together. No, sales tax is sales tax, service tax is service tax. Okay. So basically, you have to make sure they are SST registered. Number two, they are in the same group, registered for the same group. Okay. Lo Xin Yan, if you have any questions, you can ask lah. Okay. Then Hua Feni want to ask, our company rents out machinery, also shop offices units. Machinery rental has exceeded SST threshold. Okay, you exceeded the 1 million threshold at 8%. Okay, shop office rental is still below the threshold. Okay. If I register for SC because of the machine rental, do I also need to charge SC on shop office rental, both also for under group? Okay, the answer is yes. Okay, Kwafeni. Okay, so if you have already exceeded for machinery rental, because what I understand, let's say if you go to let's say I go back to this, I don't see that you have a subcategory in there. Wait, let me see. Rental. Yeah, you only have one, by the way. Properly, hopefully you can see my screen. You only have one description. So one tariff code. Yeah, we base on tariff code, yeah. So doesn't matter you are what, as long as your machinery already exceed SSC threshold, yes, your shop and office rental also will be subject to service tax. As in you will charge people service tax. So you need to make sure that if let's say they are subleasing, then they need to be registered under the same group. Okay. In order for them to enjoy the B2B exemption. Okay, so Pavani, hopefully that answers your question. May I know what time take photo for CIDB? Okay, we will take photo at 4:50 to 5 between that period. Now it's 4:33. So at this moment, we try to answer as many questions as possible. And then we can take photo. Unless you guys want to leave, then we can take a photo now. But normally we take photo, it will take up a lot of time. So we leave it at the end, 4:50 to 5 like that. Okay. Yeah, it's about time, another 10 minutes. Okay, do we need to register for sales tax if we import goods from overseas just to pay the sales tax during import? No need any registration, right? Chan Yueping, is it your first time importing or you have done import before? Normally, what I understand is the logistic people will do it for you lah. Okay. Okay, looks at this. Okay, goods imported into Malaysia, sales tax is to be charged at the time of importation when the goods are declared and duty tax paid at the time of custom clearance. So you have your import related paperwork, okay, you have your acquisition of other statutory license, import declaration, examination, inspection, tax payment, then import related permit, and then post clearance audit. Okay, you get your K1 or K2 form lah. Okay, Chan Yue Ping. This one you have to check with your logistic providers lah. Okay. Then sales tax on locally manufactured goods, raw material, supplier. And then after that, the manufacturer will basically government collect sales tax at the manufacturer level. So sales tax, manufacturer will charge sales tax to the distributor. Okay. Yeah, petroleum, you can have different stage as well. Okay, then you have meaning of manufacturer. Is this manufacturing from live tree to logs to saw timber, then to furniture? Different HS code at different stage. Okay, for sales tax, as long as you have already exceeded 500,000 within the period of 12 months, yes, you need to be registered. For subcontractor labor charge, any person who does subcontract work in the manufacturing taxable goods, okay, and total charge work performed prescribed for the prescribed is more than 500,000. Okay, similarly, you also need to register. Yeah, these are some of the items for sales tax exemption. Okay, C cancellation responsible or registered manufacturer. Okay, so tax is charged on sales and disposable of taxable goods. Tax become due and payable at the time. Okay, if you register on August 25th, but then the threshold not reach 1.5, when we need to charge service tax at the invoice based on PO or invoice. Service tax is charged based on final invoice, Azren. It's based on your e-invoice, your final invoice when you issue, you charge the service tax, okay? Not PO, okay? So, but I think your PO would have already have the records for service tax. Azren, you're using what accounting software? Yeah, just want to double check. Okay, if you register on August 25th, even though your threshold has not reached 1.5 million, I'm not sure, Azren, you are referring to construction, right? Okay, so if you have not reached 1.5 million, you register, you will need to start charging service tax from 1st September. So you need to think properly whether you want to do so or not, Azren, because it's a lot of work if let's say you do not do it properly. Yeah, so if you are ready, then go ahead. Yeah. That's why I asked you what software are you using at the moment. If you're not using any software, then you might want to think to get a software before you start charging your service tax. Okay. Imported SQL. Okay, then yeah, you're in good hands. Yeah. Okay. Then after that, so how to count threshold for construction? Okay, threshold for construction. Let me just go back. Okay. Yeah, you guys should starting to ask questions because we are close to 450 already. Yeah. Okay. So for the threshold calculation, okay, let me just go to this one. Okay, let me just go to custom website, just quick one. Yeah, because easier to see from there. Okay, I think you guys are here. Okay, so if you can see here, okay, as long as your prescribed value, threshold value and rate of service tax, the prescribed value is more than 1.5 million within the 12-month period, covering the total value of any construction work service provided, excluding construction work for residential building and public facilities that related to those residential building. Yeah, so government, and then government, and then including like your commercial, everything that is what we call the threshold lah. So you can see here, okay, receive several construction contract on 1st July, construction for shop building at Puchong's value at 550,000, 15 low-cost residential building at 1 million, okay. So the total value of construction service subject to service tax is 550, while the construction work for residential building value at 1 million is not subject to service tax. Therefore, AB is not required to register and does not meet the threshold value lah. Okay, so as long as, let's say, whether is it other than, let's say, government or others, okay, if the total value is more than 1.5 million, okay, excluding the residential lah, okay, then after that, you will need to liable to charge for basically register for service tax. Okay, just now I think someone asked solar, right? You can see here, construction work service subject to service tax. Projects include solar also here, solar hydroelectric power generation. Okay, so it's part of the construction work over here. So I definitely, if you want to see in detail, you can actually look inside here as well. Yeah. Tariff remark can blank. Okay. Losinian, this one is on which one now? On sales tax, is it? Okay. So for sales tax, so normally you can look at the HS code over here lah. So you can always use the HS code over here to check, determine the rates for your good and check them on the JK DM site. Yeah. Yeah. So you can search here the item, and then after that, you can look at the keyword, find the product. Okay. And then after that, you can see from here, choose the HS code, and then check the applied tariff. Yeah. Then you can see result from PKDA. Okay, let me just send this to you. Then you can see how many percent is this. Okay, so you can check from here, whether the item that you're trying to import in, okay, whether the HS code, okay, is how many percent. Yeah. Okay. Service tax construction, enlarged piece. Gan, which one you're talking about? 1.5 million construction threshold should start count from which month? Georgina, if you want to start count from which month, actually you can start count from, okay, let me just go to a recap, okay. Yeah, so this one, beauty service now is excluded already, leasing rental, okay. So recap, okay, how do you know when you need to start counting the 1.5 million, okay? Over here, you have two categories. Number one is your company already currently as service tax registered or not, okay? If the answer is yes, I'm already service tax registered, Mr. Max, okay? So I will need to start registering on July 2025. Okay, so by 30th June, okay, if you have not, then you start looking into it. Company A need to update the My SST portal in relation to the new service category and service type code. From 1st July 2025, Company A need to start charging service tax for the new taxable service. Okay, and then Company B, maybe some majority of you here has not registered for service tax. Okay, so company now need to assess whether my registration threshold has already breached the actual value of supply for July 25. So I'll start from July 25 plus reasonable estimate for August 25 to June 2026. So the 12 months, the next 12 months, will I achieve, or if you have some invoices or some contracts, you would already know how much income would you get, okay, based on your scheduled payment lah. Okay, so then once you already registered, from 1st to 31st August, this is the time for company B or you're like yourself who has not registered to register for service tax and also apply to change to invoice basis. Okay, if needed. Okay. And from 1st September 25, company B to start charging service tax. Okay, so from 1st September, you will start charging service tax. Okay. Yeah. So, Georgina, hopefully that answers your question. Miss Max, so if our PO, we agree before registration 100,000, so customer agree this amount. When we issue the invoice after we register, the SST will cover by ourselves. Okay, good question. Any invoice that is being have they paid or not? If they have not paid, then maybe that could be an issue. Yeah. So if they have paid, you can see this advance payment, Asrin. So if let's say before 1st July, if they have paid no service tax. If they have not paid, then maybe it's subject to invoice already issued before effective date, but payment is done after 1st July. Then yes, subject to service tax. Yeah. Because service tax is collected upon payment, not on invoice. Yeah, Asren. Okay. For manpower supply, can we split salary and disbursement as non-taxable, management fee as taxable portion? Then 8% on number 2 only. This correct way to do. Salary and disbursement as non-taxable. Yeah, you can, if okay, this one you need to go to the, for Ziana, right? This one you need to double check on group G, because salary and disbursement would fall under secondment, which we understand also will not subject if there's no any markup. Okay, then yes, management fee is taxable at 8%. So more or less there, but I would suggest you to, number one, double check the group G guide that you can find, and then after that on the custom portal, and then if you need any consultation, you can reach out to us or your tax agent. Yeah. Okay, Trust and Pearly have sales tax 5%. Yeah, let me just check. Chen Xiuyi, are you importing this from another country? Maybe you can write down where you're importing it from. And then secondly, actually you can double check with your logistic partner lah. No matter what, they still have to do the custom clearance for you when they import this. Wait Okay. Scenario one, if threshold contract sum commercial 1.3, 1.5, rental machinery 240K. Wong Wing Show, this one is you're talking about construction contract, is it? Because you cannot mix construction with rental or machinery. You have to separate it. Yeah. Wong Wing Show, I think you need to separate you cannot mix the contract together. It's two separate things. Yeah. You need to register for two groups. Yeah. Wong Wing Show, I think you might need to either reach out to us or even talk to your tax agent because it's two separate things. Rental of machinery and construction work is two separate groups. Yeah, you need to register for two groups. Okay, if you meet the threshold, then let's say rental machinery, you're less than 1 million, then you have not met the threshold, you don't need to charge for service tax. Okay, but if you want to enjoy the B2B exemption, you need to register for service tax. Okay, similar for construction. If your construction, you have already exceeded 1.5 million, then you will need to subject to you need to charge service tax as well. And if you want to enjoy B2B exemption, then you will need to register for service tax for the group, for the construction group. In the letter, got item 13, column 1, meaning what? Okay, let me just open the letter. I think this one was asked just now. Letter item 13. Where got 13? Oh, under item, register under item 21. No, as in this service tax registered person under item 13, column 1, group G of the first schedule means that this is a registered person. Column 1 is for registered person. You mailing, yeah. If you can look at group G first schedule service tax 2018, item 13, column 1. Yeah, in the guide lah. Yeah, 13 column 1 is means registered person. Yeah, hopefully that clarifies your question. If customer don't want to absorb the SST, now we have issue when the stated with amount at PO only. Asran, that's up to your negotiation already. That one we also cannot do much already because yes, every single construction contractor will face the same issue lah. Yeah. But after that it will be normalized because all the developers or the client would already know that service tax will be all the construction service will subject to service tax already. Okay, so for employment service manpower, why not entitled to claim B2B even field or condition? Zaina, did you I mean, you're asking a question or you tried before already? Because you have to make sure that you are both registered under the same group for employment service. And then after that, you have to make sure that you don't consume yourself. If you don't consume yourself, then okay. Zaina, B2B exemption only entitles if you do not consume yourself. Okay. So what time take picture? Yes, we are taking pictures soon. Yes, wait for a while. We are taking pictures soon. ASAP. Okay. So many questions. Wait, give us a second. Correct me if I was wrong. If the invoice and service performed before 31st August, payment come later, are these charges subject to SST? What we see from here, yes, if payment is coming after. Okay. So any payment after, yes, subject to SST. Okay, so service payment to third-party vendor for on-site work, withholding tax, imported service tax, self-bill e-invoice, service payment to third-party vendor, no withholding tax, imported service tax, yes, and then self-bill e-invoice, service payment as group entity, withholding tax, no imported service tax, self-bill, intra-group, okay, withholding, and then imported self-bill lah. Okay, so for mandatory particular invoice, credit note, debit note, take note lah. Okay, these are some of the things that you need to take note. Your invoice, actually, all these are already in the e-invoice. Yeah. Okay, like credit note, reason for issuance of credit note, all these are clearly stated in the e-invoice because you're using the e-invoice to issue with the SST amount as well. Okay. Okay. Concluding thought. Okay. Service tax only pay upon collection received, not based on invoice issued. Regarding this, where can I find more info? Still not very clear. Okay. Actually, if you open the service tax guide, wait, give me a second. I think we can take a photo first because I think some of you here might want to make a move. Okay, so let's on our camera. We take a group photo first, and then I'll get my team to take a group photo as well. Yeah, then we can continue with the quiz. Group photo.
Hi, Mr. Max.
Yes.
Can I take over for the screenshot session? No?
Yeah, you can take the photo. Yeah. You take the photo, and then I'll get everyone to stand by. Everyone can on your camera.
Okay. So, everyone, please open your camera. Okay, turn on the video so that we can take screenshot first. Since Mr. Max is not finished yet with the question and answer, after kita habis the screenshot session, and I brief
We will
a
continue,
bit.
no worries. Yeah, for those of you who have questions, you can still stay. We will be still here until 5 something lah. Yeah.
Okay, lepas habis screenshot session, then I'll pass back to Mr. Max lah untuk habiskan this the question in the chat box.
You have any QR they need to do for survey or not? Or later you
Yes,
send?
yes, we have
Okay.
survey. We have from CIDB dan juga MTI.
Oh, so you share screen later, right?
Yes.
Okay, can then we take photo first, Okay.
Right. So, can you unshare first?
Yeah.
Unshare your slide first.
Unshare my slide, is it?
Yes.
Okay. 你看又改的。
Okay, so now kita akan ambil screenshot. We got 8 Zoom panel. So please bear with us while I take one by one the Zoom panel. Okay,
Kat mana?
since kita ramai, so Zoom panel jadi banyak sikit. Kita tunggu semua orang turn on the video baru boleh ambil screenshot lah.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so everyone ready to go? Sure, at the end of it. Please mute, yeah? Mute yourself. Okay, so kalau semua dah ready, saya akan step sekarang daripada Zoom panel yang pertama. So please stay di position supaya gambar tak bergerak dalam screenshot nanti, okay? So in count 1, 2, 3 daripada panel pertama. 1, 2, 3. Okay, panel pertama sekejap, jangan gerak lagi. Panel pertama, panel kedua, 1, 2, 3. Panel ketiga, 1, 2, 3. Panel keempat, 1, 2, 3. Sekejap, panel kelima, 1, 2, 3. Panel keenam, 1, 2, 3. Panel ketujuh, 1, 2, 3. And the last one, Zoom panel 8. Last one, panel ke-8. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so done for the screenshot. Alright. Untuk feedback form, right? Kita ada dua lah daripada MTI dan juga daripada pihak CIDB. Okay, later on I will share in the WhatsApp group the link to fill in the feedback form. And then for MTI kita ada QR juga, boleh scan juga daripada QR tersebut untuk isikan feedback form. Okay, so kita ada a few minutes lagi dan Mr. Max nak sambung answer a few question lagi in the chat box. So saya pass balik kepada Mr. Max untuk habiskan the session and then kita boleh habiskan the Zoom session.
Yeah.
So pass back to Mr. Max.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Kim Siu had this question whether service tax only pay upon collection received, not based on invoice issued. Regarding this, where can I find more info? Okay, I'll send this into the chat box. Give me a second. Finally give me cert, can't generate invoice now. That one you have to manage your client expectation already. Yeah, okay. So a lot of times late client give you late on any documents, that one can't control lah. Yeah, so you have to manage your client on giving you the cert on time lah. Yeah. Okay, so I think all of you can see my screen, right? I on yes. Okay, Ho Kim Siu. Okay, Ho Kim Siu. If you can see this, right? Shane also want to know. Maybe you need to add clause about service tax. Okay, let's look at this. Accounting for SST. Okay, sales tax is on accrual basis. Sales tax required to be accounted at the time when goods are sold, disposed, or first used. Service tax accounting basis on payment basis. Service tax required to be accounted for when at the time when payment is received on the day following period 12 months when any whole or any part of the payment is not received from the date of the invoice for the taxable service period. So it's always on payment basis, yeah, service tax. Okay, so it's on the time when payment is received, then service tax is required to be accounted. Okay, payment is received, yeah, not when invoice. Of course, you can self-account for the invoice. Okay. Okay, so if okay, then give me okay. Yeah, Shane, and then after that, Muhammad Ashari also. Yeah, so showing you guys already. If okay, give me okay in the chat box. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, good. Okay, next, what else? For project with progress claim, when do we charge SST? Living Su, I think you missed the session, is it? No worries. Let me just go into progress claim, okay? Actually, even for progress claim, let's look at this start, okay, the last one. You have services that are before 1st July. You also have services that are after 1st July. As easy as that. Any services before 1st July, okay, you already issued the invoice, already paid, not subject to service tax. Any services after 1st July, even though during the contract period, okay, anything after 1st July, you issue the invoice, you pay after that, okay, it's subject to service tax. Okay, but now you have this non-reviewable period, right? So the non-reviewable contract, that one you have to make sure that it's stem and meet all the criteria lah. Okay. Yeah. So Lee Beng Soon, hopefully that answers the question. Cikgu, if the client late give me cert, I can't generate invoice. Yeah. So try to get the cert early from the client. Okay. Actually, I think also the client need to make sure that their contract, their QS go or architect go and view the site to make sure everything is done before they can give you the cert also, right? Okay, customer PO received in Jan before July for construction. Upon confirmation, we invoice before in June. Balance payment, we are going to invoice in September, right? Oh, okay. Do we need to add service tax? Siba, this one, depending you fall under the non-renewable contract. If not, okay, then yes, after September, if you already register, your September onwards invoice and payment will be subject to service tax. Yes, the answer is yes. Okay. We are main con, subcon didn't come to defect, but we back charge manpower material supply to subcon plus markup. If you already achieve 1.5 million threshold, this manpower supply 1 SST. Yeah, if you can't separate, then the answer is yes, everything lump sum together. Okay, the thing about sales and service tax, if you can't separate it, you can't justify which group it is, custom will assume one lump sum together. So that's why you see the material and the construction work, we need to separate. Otherwise, your material already you pay sales tax. Number two, on top of your construction's work, they pay a 6%. Okay. Can show us a sample of invoice with B2B exemption. Okay, just let me have a quick look and see if I can find any. But actually, if you have accounting software, normally should have already one. Wait, double check. Okay, it's just for the e-invoice that is B2B exempt, right? You just have to make sure that let me just let me just go over here and see if there's an e-invoice. This is SQL one. Wait, okay, for those of you, if let's say you need to have the B2B exemption reported in column 18C of form SST02, right? Then this is the exempted amount lah, yeah. Then for those that, let's say you have any, normally your system will actually tell you what's the tax amount and then what's exempted. Most likely you need to see if, let's say, they have the exempted amount like I mentioned to you lah. Okay, aside of just putting exempted note here or basically zero, okay, you have to also have the B2B exemption letter, because just having an invoice, okay, will not justify, let's say, in case anything happen, okay, by right, your customer or your service recipient should pay you service tax, and they send you a B2B exemption letter, or they didn't send you and they say that we are doing the same thing, I'm entitled to B2B exemption, and you buta go and accept it without charging them service tax with this invoice, okay, chances are you will be liable because you don't have a black and white lah. Okay, Kwamili, yeah, I think for the B2B exemption, Kwamili, what accounting software are you using right now? Can you type in the chat box? Actually, the e-invoice versus issue is gross amount after net retention. Okay. Yeah, Lau Yingxing, I'm not quite sure your question, but then you can come back. 1.5 million threshold is based on project value or year-end financial statement. No, it's based on year-end revenue. Okay, Fatin, based on your year-end revenue. It's not based on project value. Yeah. Okay. Year-end revenue. But we receive lump sum PO in January. Will customer agree to pay service tax for the balance payment? Yeah, you just tell them you're SST registered. Anything after 1st July, you need to charge service tax. If they do not want to pay, you ask them to consult their tax consultant. If the tax consultant say no need to pay, then you just write lah. If they don't pay, if custom come and find you, then you are still entitled to get the service tax payment from them, lor. Then they sign the paper, lor, Sivanesh. Yeah. Or worst come to worst, they say you have to self-absorb the service tax, then no choice. That can be one of the situation. That also happens sometimes. Okay. Sivanesh. Yeah. Okay, so revenue 1.5 million revenue is included government project as long revenue hit 1.5 to register, right? Yes, correct, Losinian. If after 12 months, customer don't pay SST, we need to pay for them. Can reverse or CN back the SST as the amount considered bad debt. Yeah, as long as you, okay, any invoice, yeah, I believe you can appeal on this. Any invoice, and double check with your tax agent. Any invoices that you want to register, recognize as bad debt, right? You have to get the lawyer to write the letter. Okay, and then after write already, then your auditor will declare it as bad debt lah. So you can help to once it's being recognized as bad debt, most likely, yeah, it's not a proper invoice already, then you will not need to subject to service tax lah. Yeah, hopefully that is the case, but I would definitely advise you to double check with your tax agent as well on this. Yeah. Let me just double check. Okay, next, our term is progressive. Okay, progressive payment, yeah, no choice. Anything after 1st July was subject to service tax. Okay. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah, Max, we need to submit and pay Royal Malaysia by monthly basis. Understand even our clients not paying us yet, we also need to pay the service tax. No. You only pay service tax when the client pays you, yeah, guys. Yeah, you don't pay when they don't pay you. Yeah, and I mean you want to pay also can, but then normally you only pay when the clients pay you. Okay. Newly taxable goods manufactured by person currently is service tax registered. newly taxable service provided by a person currently service tax registered. Okay, 1st July. Okay, those that are newly taxable goods manufacturer and newly taxable service provided by person currently not service tax registered, you start at 1st September. Okay. Action items for business. Number one, you determine the income that is newly taxable or non-taxable. Determine if written confirmation from customs or MOF is required. Okay. You can check with tax agent, you can check with us also, register for SST, update your SST profile, client stakeholder communication, start informing your, your clients or customers that you'll be charging SST moving forward, return application to Royal Malaysia Custom for change of accounting basis, or particular in invoice basis, initiate system change. If you need to change your system, update your system, a new process flow for SST02, ensure transitional matter handled diligently, imported service tax compliance, optimizing exemptions, your B2B exemptions, supply chain restructuring, if you need, budgeting impact, chart of accounts analysis, more costs in your business already, pricing and marketing decision, something to take into consideration, project management and post-implementation review and health check lah. Okay. Any recording video to share for today class? No recording video, but you have the slides. If you have any questions, you can keep in touch. Yeah. Okay. Lecturer, you may need SST on manpower supply, no broader defect work, a small amount if achieve 1.5 need to okay. Manpower supply falls under Group G. Okay, so you have to see whether Group G you have already meet the threshold or not, 500,000 and above. If the answer is yes, then you need to register for Group G. Okay, then for Wong Wei Cheong, and then for construction work, if you already exceeded 1.5 million, you need to register for construction work group. Okay, and then for material, if your invoice, your billing is inclusive of material, it's subject to 6% service tax for the construction category. Therefore, our advice is to have a separate contract for material and a separate contract for construction work service so that you don't bill together. Okay. Because ultimately, customs will ask for your contract to reference back to see whether this contract is related to material or just service. Yeah. Okay. SQL, auto count. Okay. I mean, if you are using SQL and auto count, you should be in good hands already. It's just that number one, you need to check in with your dealer lah. You pay support fee to your dealer already. You must follow up with them and then use your dealer support fee lah. Because not so nice for other dealers to support your dealer account lah. Okay, so you can check with your dealer on the support. If they still cannot, then you can reach out to us. We do handle this kind of case at time to time. Okay, so max means client paid only when we pay SST to Royal Customs. Yeah, yes, Yong Chai, yes. I mean, even on the custom website, it says so. Yeah. This one, I think I opened just now. Okay, service tax payment basis at the time when payment is received. Okay, Yong Chai, yeah. If your client don't pay you the service tax plus the invoice amount, where you get the money to pay for service tax? Yong Chai, imagine it's 1 million, 6%, a lot of money, Okay. If material purchase we jump from down. Yeah. Okay. So if material is purchased on behalf need charge SST, right? Due to urgent case. Yes. But you can do on a separate contract lah, Lo Sin Yen. Try to have a separate contract or you get I mean, it depends on how you do lah. We understand that it's very confusing now because now material subject to construction service tax, okay, when it's also already subject to sales tax or not subject to sales tax. So another way is to get the supplier to buy themselves law. I think we did cover this in the slide lah. Yeah. Let me just go back here. So for construction, Construction, just now we did cover this one, I think, is it? No. Okay, if I purchase raw material myself, okay, and then after that, okay, and then and appoint a contractor to construct commercial building is the value of construction work service inclusive of those raw material. The value of construction work service is based on the contract between the developer and contractor. If the contract between the developer and contractor, okay, specifies the payment as the, okay, wait, okay, construction work service fee, only the construction service fee will be subject to service tax. Okay, so this is where, we will look at this. Yeah. Do you advise EPCC to separate contract agreement for material and work installation separately so that invoice will be separately or create two companies? Chan Yue up. I think this one is depending on the volume the value of your contract if you want to have two companies, definitely you have more compliance costs. One for trading of material, one for work installation. Yes, can be done. Okay. But if you decide to do so, then you need to restructure. That's why we go back to just now what we mentioned here. There are a few things that you all either as an association you feedback, that this is something that you all think that it's a bit difficult on your side. You want to do a supply chain restructuring. Up to you. Or you double check with your tax consultant. If you are engaging a tax consultant, then you check with them if that's the better way or option. Definitely two contracts will be a more clear-cut manner. And then secondly, of course, you want to have two entity even more clear-cut as well. That can be done. But ultimately, you have to decide whether this is something that you would like to go ahead. Okay. Because you never know, things might change or suddenly GST come back. Okay. So you can decide later on. Okay, hopefully that answers your question, Chan Yue. Okay, so I guess I'll be here for another 3 minutes because I have we also need to make a move soon. If you all have any other questions, you can ask in the chat box. I think once again, thank you very much everyone for joining today's session. Hopefully you had a fruitful session and then you will be able to have some key takeaways as well and also learn from the session. All right. Once again, thank you very much. Looking forward to see you all again in the future session. Most likely, we might be able to do more sessions with CIDB team and also MPI team. So let's look forward to see each other in the future. All right. Once again, thank you very much and have a nice day, everyone. Take care. Okay.